move to our YouTube road.
Hello, my name is Andy Davis. I'm up for the Kalamazoo County Road Commission. You invited me here today. You have some questions.
We do. Thank you for applying to serve on the road commission. So we have 9 questions. We all go around and ask a question. We have an opportunity to ask us some questions. We've already interviewed other candidates, so then we'll receive deliberation and make some decisions. Do you have any questions for us, sir? Okay. Just one. And I have the first question. What do you know about this board and why are you interested in serving on it?
Well, the Kalamazoo County Board for Road Commission, the Road Commission, it's promulgated as a separate entity that is charged with maintaining the roadways, the right of ways, and pursuing that within a method that is the greatest safety, provides the greatest service for the community as a whole, and particularly for the economic development of the community. And the reason I would like to serve on that is I've been looking for a place where I can be of service back to my community after having lived here all my life. And I think that my unique skills, experiences blend well with the other folks that are currently serving and hope to serve, and to create a team that can look forward and pave the way to it in the future.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Love the way pave the way to it in the future.
All the metaphors are the same.
John Taylor, what experience do you have that is related to the work of the advisory board authority, the authority? This would be professional or experience you have.
I'm a small businessman currently, construction trades, and have been running independent business since 1994. In doing so, I'm responsible for all the financial and fiduciary responsibilities that go with it. Prior to that, I was the executive director for West Michigan Environmental Action Council. Prior to that, I was with Habitat for Humanity and a student at Western Michigan University. And throughout all of those experiences, I've had an intimate relationship with the road system. I started my career as a pedestrian. I walked most anywhere and everywhere in Kalamazoo. At one point in time, I took a small break from my studies at Western Michigan University as a geologist and walked from Holland State Park to Sioux Marine, Maine, West Virginia. So that's a different use of the road system, but it continued to lead to my relationship with my community here. I continued to walk, I continued to ride, and then eventually, when I did get a car and a motorcycle, I made a particular interest in going up down every single road I could find in town, down. And I feel that my experience as a small business person, utilizing the road system and understanding how that has been an integral part of the community. Those are the experiences I have that I think will be helpful.
Hi, Wendy Maser, District 8. Share what you have learned from working with people from different countries.
Well, I mentioned just a minute ago that I took this long walk. And what that did is allow me to be exposed to and be vulnerable to the community at large that I was from. And those folks, the folks that I was exposed to there, were from every part of the world, every part of and it kind of all goes back to my mom, and who taught me about different being open to the whole community. As a kid, like all my other friends had, knew about baby crying, I was looking at Christmas addicts. He was the first person killed in the Revolutionary War. That's who I was learning about from my mom, who was a civil rights advocate in the 1960s and 70s, and then ran the rural housing authority in the state of Florida. Operated, she ran a HUD for the city of Kalamazoo and Bob, and I was looking at the names of folks in the city that have been serving on this board, and B. Moses James, back in the 70s. He was a close personal friend of our family. He, as a semi-professional mushroom hunter in my colleges, I had the opportunity to travel throughout the Pacific Northwest in the 1990s with a fellow named David Aurora, who was the best mushroom guy authors in the world. And we would be staying in these camps in northwestern Montana and Idaho with mushroom foragers. And these folks came from every part of the country. There would be people from Korea and people from Mexico, El Salvador, and we were all living more or less community in these big parks, trying to hunt for morel mushrooms at that point. And it was fantastic. We could just all sit around and share experiences. And those are the kinds of intimacies that you can that allow you to recognize. You don't just we're all more similar than we are.
Is it coming my way? Thank you, Chair. Hi, Andy. I'm John Kistler. I represent 5 of the 15 districts in the townships. So it's definitely rural folks that I represent. I'd like to know what training and education have you received in diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice? Would you, or how would you use what you've learned in your work with this advisory authority?
I believe I've already touched on some of the answers to that question. My diversity and inclusion comes back to my mom. I mean, I really can't focus any more laser-like on any one point in my life. It simplifies everything I believe in. My mom was my hero. She, I have in my pocket her membership cards of the West Douglas Neighborhood Association back in the 70s. She was the secretary, and she had to sign her own membership card. And it was devoted to equal access and opportunity in housing for the city of Kalamazoo back when the red line was a big problem. And the reason I still have that card, I carry a copy, not the original. She was on a flight from Chicago to Miami and sat next to Martin Luther King. He signed her card, her membership card, to an organization dedicated to equal housing and equal access to housing for everyone. And that's one of the most precious things I have. And she was the person who taught me. I grew up to look at people not on the surface, but from there, and give everyone an opportunity to present themselves as versus being just black or white, whatever. And I cherish that. I've had an opportunity to use that over the years by working with as volunteer coordinator for Habitat for Humanity. In that role, I was able to work with a huge diversity of individuals, all striving for the same central goal, which was a solid and wholesome and affordable place to live. And they did it with their own hands, did it with their experiences, and they did it together as communities. And that's a wonderful experience that brings together different parts of communities from people from all over, different racial backgrounds, economic backgrounds, and you can see how that people have common goals and a method to achieve those goals, those things fall away. It's important, getting everyone to a better place.
Thank you.
Andy, what do you expect this advisory board to give to the community and how will you help them in that endeavor?
Well, the advisory board continues to give advice and direction and setting policy for the location, which is basically the case. And I think that what I hope that is vision that the infrastructure or in the county can do to continue to facilitate better student behavior. Well, regardless of where you live in it or what you condition.
Hi, Andy. I'm Abigail Wheeler, I represent District 4. My question for you is, what are 3 things that a member of this board should consider?
Fiscal responsibility, the mission of the organization itself is the mission for any decision we make about bouncing back to the mission, which is to provide safe, effective roads for the county and to help in the overall economic development of the county. Would you restate the question for me, please?
Absolutely. What are 3 things that a member of the advisory board should consider?
Oh, and so there should be and generational impacts of the policy. I mean, but one of the things that this commission has, which is kind of unique, is the length of time its decisions impact the community. Some of the roads in this area go back, predate the colonization by white settlers. You know, the Dole Road comes in, hits the river. That road pre-existed. You know, a trail that hit a pier that then had to be shoveled across the river to the city. And there are other like small Owen Drive, another one. We got roads all over the county that kind of come and go wherever. Those are because they predate the rigid grid pattern that was laid down by later surveyors. We need to think about what we do now that's going to impact 3 or 4 generations down the road. We need to have a 100-year or more horizon. What we do now continues to have an impact on the place.
I'm Andy, Commissioner Scruggs, I'm representing District Number 2. So the question I've got for you is, what's the greatest strength that you think you bring to this to the commission, to the commission?
You know, it's hard to answer that question. But I think it's an ability just to speak to people. I like people. I really like speaking to them. I learn about them. I want to know their stories. I mean, especially when people are different. I have life history, a life story that is unique to my experience. I love to listen to them. And I think that's what I can bring to bear for the whole community. Somebody who's got an empathetic ear and a sympathetic.
Well, I'm with you, Andy. I have done this in all the places yesterday. What year were you for, Jim Bushman?
I've been for a long time.
Okay, are you
Were you
available?
missing something?
I'm sorry.
Were you missing something?
Maybe. Are you available for meeting dates and times associated with the board authority?
Yes, my understanding is the board authority meets every 2 weeks, which is a little bit different from the rest of the boards, but it's It's my schedule.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I have the most important question according to Commissioner Strauss, I believe it was. Do you have any questions for us? Oh, that was great. Sorry.
I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of of how this works, so I had some questions just about the logistics. When do you decide? When do you make your decision? How do you go about notifying the candidates of their successful or not? And then because the road commission is a separate entity from the board, I'm not sure how the two organizations then make
Well, you want,
No, Vice Chair was.
The last one was like Jen.
well, Jen can answer partly. So the first two, we are gonna deliberate and make a decision tonight. Either will notify you, but it's a part of the.
Yes.
And then Commissioner Sherman.
Thank you for volunteering, Chair. So just that last part, how do the two entities continue to interact and work together? And I think we've been in an ongoing effort to refine that relationship. I think speaking as one member of our body, we act as a group. But I would like to see that collaboration between our organizations strengthened, communication improved, and responsiveness, particularly to residents of the community directly. Something that becomes a bigger priority around infrastructure projects for both of our organizations. But we'll have some ongoing meetings and timeline to improve that.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wish you luck in the deliberations, and I'll be available whenever you have.
Thank you so much for your time. For discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We have some great insights. Personally,
Any other mental competition?
So you're, I agree, these are pretty unique, what they can offer us. And don't let Andy get away, I'm not gonna hold, but he's gotta play somewhere on some, at least one advisory board. He brings a whole abundance of experience that I don't think I've seen make application for any of our boards. But my first choice is going to be Randy Thompson. And I don't think he did a good interview, but I watched him in action for a couple, 3 years. And he did show us what he can do in terms of his communication. I would be number one with Randy Thompson. For heaven's sakes, find someplace all of us for Andy, because he's a different kind of beast than I like. Sorry, Andrew.
Well, hello there, Andy. I'm to your rescue. So in our last interview, the question was asked, like, who is seeking, and our vice chair definitely said diversity and inclusivity. I think what you displayed today has superseded anything that we have seen in our committees. I need to touch that card that got around King time, that. No, but seriously, I think the way you answered these questions were a breath of fresh air for what we needed. As far as the road commission goes, we are looking to have a good collaboration and basically let the commission do their thing. I do not want to have encounters that we had in the past that related to diversity and inclusivity. And for me, someone who has studied that, have a degree in that. And so studied that intensely, went to a historically Black college, came to a predominantly white college. So I understand well our views of that. So what you brought to the table, I think is exactly what we're looking for. I'm gonna disagree because lately my district's been training with me. Him and Andy. Thank you. I mean, Andy.
Commissioner Schwartz, and then I'll take any questions. All those. Let's turn it over.
Thank you, Chair. We had a number of great candidates. I wasn't able to be present live for the last round of interviews, but I did get to observe them. And as you all know, I've highlighted a lot of dialogue through my term here. Very excited by Andy's candidacy in this interview today. One of the other things I wonder if we should also consider, we had a number of candidates withdraw from consideration. And at the time that we opened applications to the public, there was one seat available. And that application period closed. There are now 2 seats. I'm wondering if the board want to consider whether or not we reopen. So looking at and just to clarify, on the board request packet, it does indicate there are 2 seats, does it not? So we have two to fill. And, we initially opened the application with 1 seat. So we may consider reopening, appointing 1 seat, which is what we saw applicants for. We definitely would support Mr. Davis for appointment, but I wanted to share that perspective with the
Okay.
Yeah, I was under the understanding that there were 2 seats open, it's just one of the incumbents was not seeking the reappointment. So we had 1 incumbent and then that was seeking reappointment. And then everybody was going, including the incumbent, were going after 2 seats. I would like to give a little bit of kudos to Commissioner DeLu for suggesting at the last meeting that we, get 1 more person to approve. One of our candidates that we interviewed has since dropped off because she took a position with the township, which is in that old office. But we talked about it and then we decided that at the last meeting that, due to quorum issues and everything else, I'm satisfied with, I think we have 3 good candidates. One of the questions that was asked is, what am I looking for in a road commissioner? And I would like to see somebody go in there with the word vision was used earlier today. The vision with the ability to look from outside the box and look at it. I think we've got 2 good candidates, 3 good candidates, but I think that I'm willing to go with Randy and Andy to shake things up a little bit. I think every board needs an Andy and every board needs a Randy. You probably don't need 2 Randy. But I think having those diversity, you couldn't ask for 2 different people in 2 different interviews. But I think they'll go together well on that board. I appreciate the service of Mr. Boyle. I think serving on the road commission, we're in a better shape because of it. He was the last. This was Brendan. Brendan's not seeking Borisma. No, Brendan is the one that wasn't seeking reappointment, right? And Borisma was the one that entered. Yes, okay. I think I got it right. But I think we appreciate the term of service that he's done. But I love to read it at the end of the process.
Thank you, Chair. I always maybe give too much weight to the comments. I fully support Commissioner Gissler. far as the other position, we had other elected officials recommend Mr. Shane Thompson. But I strongly support Mr. Forsman.
I'm going with Brady Thompson from the first choice and Michael Forsman from the second.
Thank you, Chair. I agree, we have three very good candidates, and I think Commissioner Wolf suggesting we have one more interview. But I think we have to remember Mr. Boyd has done a good job for us, and and will continue to do an extremely good job for us. So I will be supporting him, and I will support Randy Thompson.
All right, I'm up now. I'm gonna vote for Davis. Those are like two more than me. So congratulations. Do we need a motion?
It's already inside.
Okay.
Or unfinished business.
Congratulations to those. Okay, all three for executive council. Apply as well as interview for the role. Moving right along, we have, excuse me, a review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from director post.
I'm off. Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, for Town Board Commissioners. We have an accounts payable total $3,863,614.30. As presented for review of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,039,800.79. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,309,681.82, representing for December 6th general and December 13th elected payrolls. Any conflicts of interest with that claims, with that inside, we'll have many questions.
Just real quick, on monthly financial report, I'll get with you after that. I love this, bro.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you so much. The strategic presentation for the Southern Kalamazoo, President and CEO.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I understand that actually looks like we're not too far away from time, but that I have about 10 minutes allotted. So I'm not going to share every slide of the presentation that you have in your packet, but you can have that for reference, and of course I'm available for any questions that you might have. So the first thing I'd like to review is our 2023 visitor spending. As I mentioned in prior years, we get this significantly in arrears. So this data came to us just a month or two ago. And I'm delighted to report that in 2023, visitor spending in Kalamazoo County hit an all-time high of almost $750 million, which was 9.2% growth versus 2022. That once again supports many thousands of jobs here in Kalamazoo County, and most importantly, supports a vibrant community for Kalamazoo County residents to enjoy. And I'm also delighted to report that actually of the last 3 years of visitor spending post-COVID, 21, 22, and 23, Kalamazoo County is the only county that's been in the top 15 for growth in each of those 3 years. So we continue to do very well. And I want to acknowledge that no one comes to Kalamazoo County to see Discover Kalamazoo. They come to eat at the fabulous restaurants that our entrepreneurs have started. They come to see the brilliant events that people in this community put on. They come to see our fabulous attractions. They come to Western Michigan University and Kalamazoo College sporting events. That's why people are coming. So we're very appreciative of the vibrant community that our partners have created. We are also very appreciative of you, of the impact that we put into Kalamazoo County in 2024. $300,000 of our investment was from the American Rescue Plan Act grant that you gave us a couple of years ago. So you were kind enough to award us a $500,000 grant. We used about $200,000 of that in 2023, and the remaining $300,000 in 2024. And that made a huge difference in what we were able to invest in. And also very much appreciate the incremental $60,000 you're going to be granting us some of the focus today, or for 2025. That will make a critical difference in our. A little bit about the 2024 year in review. We had 5 priorities. The first was leveraging our geography to win those casual road trips, and our advertising campaign was our primary initiative in this. You've seen the campaign. I came to talk to you about it. We also definitely received the feedback from Commissioner Morales about making sure that every time that they're doing this, that we're representing the breadth of the community here within Kalamazoo County. As we refreshed our ads, we kept that in mind when we were having an agency come back in 2025 to collect more assets, and we will make sure that we keep diversity as a top priority. Thank you for that. I'm happy to report that that campaign so far year to date has reached 24 million people within our drive market, with a total of 56 million impressions. So an impression is an opportunity to see some of the ads that in front of someone, which has significantly exceeded what we thought we'd be able to accomplish in 2024. I'm on the right track for this campaign, and we'll see that we can continue to invest in 2025. Another big initiative that your American Rescue Plan grant funded was our partnership with Wheel the World. And we were able to take the grant from Kalamazoo County and an incremental grant from the state of Michigan to commission with Wheel the World, the Disability Network of Southwest Michigan, to do accessibility mapping for Kalamazoo County. And I really would encourage you to go into your board packet and click on those links, and you can see the Kalamazoo destination within the Wheel of the World site, right up there with destinations like Tucson and Fort Lauderdale and all these other communities. People see, Kalamazoo as a destination. And so far, the Disability Network has mapped 52 locations out of our budget of 130. So there's still more to go, but there's some absolutely, and you can see all the information that someone with accessibility needs to know before they go. And I think it's a transformational project. 80 years ago, Kalamazoo County was the site of the first curb cut in the United States of America. So we were pioneers in accessibility 8 years ago, and I believe with this program, we're going to be pioneers in accessibility into the future. I'm happy to answer any other questions about our 2024 initiatives, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead to what our focuses are for 2025. And first, now into the 2025 strategy, we have 4 primary strategies. And the first is to really leverage this new campaign to drive salience for Kalamazoo. And what that means is that, wherever we are in front of either a potential leisure traveler or a meeting planner or a sports event planner, we want to be united with this one approach on this case, because we know that meeting planners and sports event planners are also seeing our media out there. As an example, this is our new food materials that we can use trade shows. This was an example of the Grand Rapids Food and Wine Festival. So we use that same campaign material there at that booth, because on the north side of Grand Rapids is absolutely a market where we advertise. Just for fun, I thought I'd put this in. We sponsor a Christmas tree at the Gilmore Car Museum, and we even leveraged the new campaign there on Christmas trees. We're talking about fun that awaits travelers here in Kalamazoo. Our second priority, and this I'm going to spend a little bit more time on, is leading destination development. Our first priority in this pillar, I've talked briefly before, but is to get and build an indoor hardcore youth sports facility here in Kalamazoo County. it's a hard court, I mean, like a, flooring that can accommodate basketball and volleyball as the primary sports there. As I have mentioned, there is not a tournament-ready facility within 100 miles of us here in Kalamazoo. Way more kids play basketball and volleyball than the sports that we host on a regular basis, like hockey and wrestling and figure skating. So we believe that this facility, our data shows that we can build this facility, that it will have almost 50 million in economic impact. And importantly, right now, the youth of our community today do not have the facilities that they need to be able to participate in basketball and volleyball. On our steering committee, we have a gentleman named Corey Person who runs United Pursuit. He's a former University of Michigan basketball player. He runs basketball teams. He has to cut. He cannot accommodate every kid who wants to play basketball with him because he can't afford time to accommodate other kids. And then the kids who can make it, because there are no local tournaments, they have to travel to go to tournaments, and that is an expense that a lot of families cannot afford. So we truly believe that this will have not just economic benefit of bringing in visitors, but will have truly transformational impact for youth here. We are in the process of site selection, and I think Frank Kershner, our team, has reached out to the commissioners. We'd love to sit down, walk them through this project, what funding looks like, what an authority would look like for this. But one of the questions we often get is what is going to be, based on where it goes, what's going to be the impact on the hotel stays. And so I put a few pages in your packet. This is a map of where hotel rooms currently are in Kalamazoo County. So this is kind of by area. No surprise, hotel rooms are concentrated downtown and along the major highways. See, I'll just draw your attention, just for simplicity's sake, to the bottom left corner of the chart, which is the 9th Street area, between 9th Street and I-94 there. So as you can see, of the 3,800 hotel rooms we have in Kalamazoo County, about 8%, or about 300 of them are there in that area. Many of two of the top sports that we host tournaments for right now are soccer, which oftentimes River Oaks is the kind of headquarters location, and ice hockey, and oftentimes Waynes West, especially for youth tournaments. Waynes West is the headquarters location. This next chart shows that when we have hockey tournaments with Waynes West as the headquarters, where are the families staying for those hockey tournaments? And you can see Waynes West is right there in the 9th Street area. It has about 8% of the hotel rooms. When we have hockey tournaments with headquarters at Waynes West, they get about 13% of the rooms associated with those events. That's not necessarily because of proximity. You can see when we have events at the headquarters of River Oaks, those same hotels there on 9th Street, arguably as far away as you could be from that, get 15% of the hotel rooms. So, no matter where in the county we end up putting this facility, I strongly believe all of the hotels and all of the businesses in all of your districts will benefit from this. We know that for youth sports tournaments, proximity matters, but proximity only matters within about 15 to 20 miles. It does not need to be right next door. It just needs to be, close enough. The other things that matter are the rate, the room rate that's available, the facilities and the amenities that are available for players when they stay there. So we're very excited about this initiative. We believe it will have a huge economic impact on Kalamazoo. The next initiative that I'm going to spend just a little bit of time on is our 4th strategy, which is to meet people where they are. You were kind enough to approve a slight amendment to our management agreement. And it's really in order for us to be able to deliver on this initiative, which is to meet people where they are. We look at our geolocation data, and this is data for 2024 year to date. You can see where visitors, out-of-towners, are going within the Kalamazoo County area. Obviously, Western is a very important place, and Kalamazoo Mall is a very important place. These numbers did not make up these numbers. Our team, when people walk in and they have an interaction at our visitor center at 240 West Michigan, or an interaction at the airport information desk, so they tally that. And these are actual figures for year-to-date figures. It's a tiny fraction of the visitors who are coming to Kalamazoo County. And that is why we have announced the new pop-up visitor center at Western Michigan University. And we've already had more interactions at the visitor center at Western Michigan University in 2 months than we've had for the entire year at our downtown visitor center. Because that's where people are, we want to meet people, we know where they are. I'm also excited to announce that we are entering a collaboration with the Spirit of Kalamazoo on the Kalamazoo Mall to do a better job of meeting. Because while we look forward to the reconstruction of the event center coming more foot traffic on West Michigan, right now the mall is where people are downtown. And so we are entering a collaboration with them. They're going to operate essentially as a satellite visitor center for Discover Kalamazoo. And then we will be adding digital kiosks at the airport, at Western Michigan University, at the Spirit of Kalamazoo, and then a mobile unit that can go, again, to meet people where they are, wherever the people are, we will be there. We know that the airport is still very important to us. We know that that serves as a gateway. Craig Williams, the airport director, recently got data that 36% of the people flying in and out of the Kalamazoo airport are actually not local people, they're out of towners. The airport area acts as very important for us. We are not abandoning the airport. We think we can better serve it with a digital kiosk that will be available 24/7 for all of those very early morning. And we will also staff it. When there's big events that we know are bringing in people from around the country that we know are flying. For example, in February we're hosting, the Midwest Regional Figure Skating Competition. In April we're hosting a national hockey competition. The Medieval Congress. We know that there's events that people are flying for staff. Times, but 24 hours a day, we'll have the digital kiosk. So those were the things I wanted to highlight in the time available. Do you have any questions for me?
The indoor clerk facility, I heard the word. Who's building this?
So, and we will, as I said, we'll absolutely be coming back with more information, but we recommend an authority model, a recreation authority model that would, and we recommend it funded via the event center financing that require a vote of the county commission to have a vote of the hoteliers. So the hoteliers themselves will be deciding whether or not to impose this 4% incremental tax. Say, have one-on-one conversations with any.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about this facility. I'm hoping that if we're wrong, that we like to serve and decision making. With that, when you say meeting people where they are, saying this is up and running, we have a whole bunch of teams around here that are grassroots that don't have uniforms, hopping in the back of my truck, and everybody else's truck to be out to the courthouse, and it's difficult. So I just want to know how that funding works for county where our county has a seat at the table during this tournament, so they can get the same money paid to scouts or whoever's in that building, and that they're not, I have a number 2 jersey on that says business, and somebody else got to see, so that there's some unified efforts in there so that students don't feel left out. So just want to know where that money would possibly come from and if that's on the radar.
So I think just based on that question, being outstanding campaign, county representative on our authority board. I can't say we've got all the details worked out yet. Generally speaking, because there are a lot of layers to your question. We see Monday through Thursday as this facility being for local use, and then Friday through Sunday tournament use. And so, and that is the tournaments and the revenue generated from the tournaments that subsidize the ability for local use. We also need to be very sensitive to the fact that while limited, there is a limited supply of courts in the area. We don't want to undercut what good work that the courthouse is doing, for example. So we've got to find that balance as well. And that's what our consultant convention sports and leisure has told us. You want to make sure that we leverage the revenue generated on tournaments to support the local youth, but not in such a way that you're making 14% So how do you find, you know, so, love to have engaged in those conversations you're trying to work. One other thing, the model does say that by year 2, this facility, setting aside the construction costs, just operating costs versus operating revenue, by year 2 it breaks even, and by year 3 it's profitable.
Sure. Thank you, Jean, for the presentation. A lot of exciting stuff on the horizon and the ongoing campaign underway. The praise before really continue to enjoy the whole look of the campaign. One of the things you identified, you spent some time within the materials you provided to us with Wheel the World and talking about how we're sort of reaching out to individuals with accessibility needs. Plan also targets, though, that we're trying to expand, that visitorship from other marginalized communities, LGBTQIA community, Hispanic community, and what other approaches are being employed to attract those segments of the population? We focused here first on accessibility and moving later into other populations, or just share a little of that?
Yeah, I only cut that short in the interest of time, and I'm gonna actually go to this slide here. So there are, sorry. There are 4 target audiences that we identify. And thanks to with the American Rescue Plan grant that you gave us a couple of years ago, in addition to the work we do for visitors with accessibility needs, it also unlocked several other efforts. On the advertising side, of the 24 million people that I mentioned that we've reached, 4 million of them, we actually divided up our media spend. So we spent 20 million, we spent enough money to reach 20 million of them, just as general population media spend. So we did not put any diversity filters. We were just going to reach those people within our drive market. Carved out some of the money specifically to reach visitors that met those 4 target audiences: LGBTQ+ visitors, Hispanic visitors, Black visitors, and visitors with disabilities. So we specifically reached about 4 million of people within those target audiences. And that's on top of anyone who might have reached within the base, campaign, because of course those people are also consuming general media as well. We also used the funding to go to trade shows, and one example is Compete Sports Diversity. So this is a trade show that we've never been to. There's my team, about half my team's in business development. What they do is they go to trade shows where there's people who are planning meetings or events and trying to get them to happen here in Kalamazoo. And Compete Sports Diversity is a trade show that's specifically about diverse sports events. And actually, with a focus on LGBTQ+ visitors, trade sports, but not only. And that our presence at that trade show was so successful that they came to the familiarization trip here in Kalamazoo County about 2 months ago. And they came and they went to various locations. And one of the persons who came for the event had just arrived early, was late at night, and he regaled us the next morning with how we walked on the mall and felt so welcome all the way along the mall, including having a wonderful evening, not just at Harvey's, but at Papa Pete's, and how well he felt it, which was music to our ears. But we are hopeful that there are 2 or 3 events that we will be able to get from that, including in the short-term regional events. But in the long term, we think we might actually be able to host their trade show here in Kalamazoo. So, and then that would mean that everyone who attends that trade show would be here in Kalamazoo.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for you. One, actually a question about the question is, do you have reason to expect that the owners of the hotel facilities will say yes, increase the hospitality tax? Because they said no, what, 5
Well, just to clarify, this has not been put to a vote, this has never been put to a vote of the hoteliers yet. And,
Well,
they never had the opportunity to say yes or no.
increasing the tax that was gonna be part of what I think we were gonna do with the event center.
it was a potential way to fund the event center. In the end, we didn't need to leverage that because it became 100% privately funded. So we never put it to the test. I have, as of today, 5 letters of support from hoteliers representing some of the biggest properties in the county. And that's, we're just at the very beginnings of having any of these conversations. We have not yet had any conversations with hoteliers with concerns because they see right now the hotels that we're sending leads to for the hockey and the figure skating, they see today the benefit of these sports. And many of our hotel owners here in Kalamazoo County also own hotels in other parts of the state and other parts of the country, and they see the benefit of these people. So I want to be complacent. We have a meeting coming up with the county clerk about how to execute the hotel record.
Anything that keeps it on the actuals is looked upon favorably by me. And hospitality taxes people that are coming into town that doesn't hit local residents, if I understand correctly.
Yes, that is correct. And in fact, the event center financing specifically excludes hotels with fewer than 35 rooms, which tend to be maybe the motels that are used as housing the last resort by, maybe they are unhoused residents. So by excluding the smallest hotels, it means that really the people who are staying in these properties are out of towners. And I think that tax on visitors is the perfect way to fund a facility that we see as used for visitors, but that can subsidize residents.
Thank you. My other comment is I attended your annual meeting last Wednesday, I think, and I would like to get a copy of all the questions that you had in your contest. There were a lot of surprises in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just really quick, thank you, Jane, for all that you do, keeping John Mansfield, keeping the 35 and under, make sure that the Airbnbs don't limit that. But that's another thing on the bill. But I do appreciate all the work that you've done, Jane, you and your team. Looking at the history of the last 3 years of visitor spending in the Kalamazoo County, the room nights, never being satisfied with what you've done, always trying to get that next level. Kudos to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have the self-recognition first annual presentation.
Perfect.
It's in the third row, second from the right.
All right, I think, good evening, Chair Ray, Vice Chair Taylor, members of the commission. I'm Jonas Peterson, CEO at Southwest Michigan First. Thank you for having me this evening. Thank you for a chance to share an update on community and economic development throughout Kalamazoo County and beyond. With me, we've got two of our best and brightest from our team, Jill Bland, who leads our economic development efforts, and Melissa Fish, who leads our policy and strategic initiatives. They can help answer any difficult questions that may may come my way. Before I dive in though, I wanted to share kudos to our team at Discover Kalamazoo. It was an honor to go after the presentation. I want you to know that we very much appreciate that partnership. We appreciate what they're doing from an economic development point of view. And Jane, I find your leadership to be thoughtful, inspirational, and just really a welcome partner. So, well done. That is something that should be celebrated. Speaking of celebrating, we got a lot of advancements in the world of economic development throughout the past year. I'd like to share some of those with you in terms of highlights. We're going to go pretty quickly, but first let me start with a thank you. Thank you for being a supporter of economic development throughout the county and beyond. More importantly, thank you for the partnership along the way in the last year. We work together. We know we can make some pretty amazing things happen. We work together to help companies be successful. That leads to tax revenue, it leads to jobs, capital investment, profit community that is strong, and ultimately we get to the far right side of this particular slide. It's the community attributes that we all care about, whether that's K-12 education, whether it's housing, whether it's parks, you name it. We believe that economic development, and we do that together up front, we get the types of communities we all would like to see. We're in year 2 of a 3-year action plan. It's called Path to Regional Prosperity. What you're looking at here is our 5 focus areas. You can see the core work of our team in economic development. But we also have growing efforts in workforce development, community development, and other focuses in operations, and a consulting team that is now working in over 40 states across the country. Some highlights just from the last year: significant job creation, definitely in Kalamazoo County, across the 7-county region that we serve as well. Very happy to share that our team secured $8 million of grant funding that will pass through to businesses, projects. This is funding for revitalization and placement. This funding for industrial site readiness, Kalamazoo County and beyond. So again, that funding has started to be deployed, but will have some very exciting applications and companies that are able to assist, in particular over the upcoming year. Part of that work, grant funded, is a push into regional inventory analysis and planning on industrial sites. We now have a much better understanding of key industrial sites that are positioned with a little bit of help to move forward, become shovel ready, ultimately become sites for job creation projects. We have a deeper inventory than we've ever had, and strategy work to advance these sites. Big advancement for our region over the last year. There are many companies that we could talk about that have been assisted, that we are really pleased that we've been a part of their story over the last year to help them grow. I'm not going to talk about all these, but whether it's the shoe bag expand earlier this year, a $20 million project, landscape forums, a little more recently, a $70 million expansion. Just today, Governor's team announced a couple more announcements. TST of Portage, Forming USA, both with significant new facilities coming to our market. These are just Kalamazoo County. A couple examples. You can see prototype facility for landscape forums. You can see JCR off-road expanding that grows. They need more projects. We've been able to help through Industry 4.0, Going Pro, grant and program assistance. There's stories with all these that are really exciting, but we're going to move quickly. I mentioned industrial site readiness. Certainly one of those projects is Southwest Michigan Commerce Park. The site currently has some interest, has a ton of potential for job creation projects. We have around $2 million from those grant-funded activities going in to help get this site even more attractive to end users for infrastructure development. Which is one of those exciting industrial sites that we're working on to help advance job creation. Our chamber has had remarkable growth during the last year. Been really successful helping to connect businesses throughout the county and beyond. Significant membership growth, many events, new publications, new awards, new resources for the companies that exist here. Lots of kudos to our chamber. I hope you're joining us for some of those events. In workforce development, good news as well. We had a record-setting year for leadership wave at Kalamazoo. We continue to have way more interest in that program than we have capacity to fully execute. But it's a wildly successful effort. Along with our design community, continuing to grow. We call that the MIX program for design professionals all across the county. Launching the First Up training program for mid-career leadership development. Could go on further, but those are just a few of the highlights. The Consultant Connect team now travels has clients in most states throughout the U.S. where we come alongside economic development groups, helping build relationships with corporate site selectors. And generates a lot of benefit for our market back here in Southwest Michigan. On some leadership programming there, really across the country. Speaking of programming, I want to plug an event called the State of Economic Development. Launched this last year, doing pretty well. This year it sold out even faster than we expected. The sponsorship still available. But this is leadership from MEDC, our team at Southwest Michigan First. We'll have corporate site selectors there. We know it is going to sell out because it already has. And this year we're bringing in the author of Happy City. His name is Charles Montgomery, and it's of particular interest because he has a planning background. He talks about how communities, planners, elected officials, through key strategies to help increase the happiness experienced by residents. And so we're really looking forward to that presentation as well. State of Economic Development coming up in January. So much more I could share. There's a lot of good news coming up for me. But with that, I will pause and say thank you. The team and I are happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jones.
Try so hard to wait. You see my hand, barely moving. Hi, Jones. So I just have a couple of questions you highlighted. One of the potential areas for industrial development, of note, in that area of photograph, it's located right next to the river, right? So I want to know what role does Southwest Michigan First have, and also understanding the needs of residents that are located next to potential industrial development. Is that onus all on local planning authority and their site review process, or what are you doing to help engage community benefit process or other avenues to make sure that we maximize economic development and minimize harm to people looking?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say that our role is from an economic development lens. As projects advance or show interest, we certainly partner and support elected officials, planning entities. We want to make sure, and companies want to go where there's going to be a good fit. So we do reach out and want. We do try to understand that feedback. I would say that is fits as a leadership role for our team, but there's definitely support and partnership role where we try, especially as companies show interest. We want to make sure that there's a fit on both sides. That the community wants the end user and vice versa. The end user is coming into an environment that's going to be welcoming and help them be wildly successful for a long time to come. So it's kind of a matchmaking process where we do get in the middle of that work and do what we can to communicate, identify obstacles early, and hopefully find the best fit possible. We're also an advocate for employers, right? We want our goal is amazing career opportunities for residents. So we know we have a limited supply of industrial sites. We lose too many great job creation projects because we don't have enough large, ready to go, shovel-ready industrial sites. That's why we're pushing so hard on trying to not only understand the skills we have, but more available and the fitness. Good responsibility.
Thank you. So follow up on industrial sites with the interchange with 131. you could choose construction planned, hopefully, coming to completion in the near term. There are a lot of industrial parcels within Kalamazoo Township in my district that have sat empty really long time. And, potentially maybe this is just a follow-up we need to have outside of today's meeting, but, through discussions with Southwest First, I don't see that area of the community elevated or highlighted often, and I want to figure out, again, what we do to help the local unit understand what needs to be done so that we're working to attract employers who also are good stewards with the community. So just lifting that up. Another follow-up I have for you, the event center development downtown also included some really important collaborations with the Northside Community Development Association. And I'd like to hear about what progress is happening on work with that organization, job training, et cetera. They received an individual award to their organization. I think there's a sense that they had to spend their resources on the development of job training programs. And I was hoping Southwest First is partnering in that and shouldering the cost of construction or development of the curriculum rather. So I'd love to hear about that.
Sure, appreciate that as well. We wouldn't be able to answer that question directly as we're not the construction lead for the project, but happy to pass that along to the team at Catalyst Development.
So you're not working with the Northside Community Development Association on any of the ancillary projects, not the construction of the event center, but on the collaboration with the NACD, partnership with them, or Catalyst Development?
Yeah, so we're very much a supporting partner, engaging in that aspect. And so it sounded like the question was for the development company about what training programs they are initiating, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Jonas, are you part of the collaboration of Catalyst Development?
We are a supporting entity.
But you're not directly involved, you personally?
I'm not a stakeholder with Catalyst Development.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I had a lack of awareness about Southwest First, lack of involvement directly with that work, but I would welcome hearing an update about what's happening with the NSC and the support around the development. We've had ongoing sort of communication with members of your team about some of that work as it begin to initiate. So sorry to hear there isn't an update that you can share with us on that. I guess the next one then is about drives. So I've talked with you about that policy priority in the past. It's legislation being proposed to help underdocumented individuals with access to driver's licenses. I think the last time that we spoke, we were going to take that under some additional review and follow up, and I don't recall hearing back. So appreciate hearing it now.
Sure, thank you. We did share that with our policy team, so it's one of many issues that we looked at and prioritize for our work. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
You evaluated it. Was it something that you supported, and what sort of determination did you make in advocacy around that issue? As an economic catalyst, it drove state revenue and helped welcome people, residents into the community.
Okay. Yeah. Let me check. Melissa, did you take any action on that one?
We did not.
Thank you.
Really quickly, to answer Commissioner Scribb's question, I also shared that concern on that, especially Mazel Avenue. I did what I could there. It certainly could use some more revitalization. And I'm really excited about what our commission has done with some of those
last budget cycle. I'm excited about the year to come more so than the years past have been great. What has transpired has been great, but I think the pieces are in place for some major economic development. The collaboration from all of our locals with direction and communication with the state and some of the state stakeholders as well. Nothing's going to get done in Lansing or in Washington, D.C. for one type right now. It's going to take collaboration with lots of different people. Agency money, the state and those federal grants to provide a better quality of life for the citizens of county. I appreciate your team and your leadership and your team that they've done for this. And again, I'm really excited about 2025.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all your efforts, and I do appreciate the reaching out to us for your meetings that you had down here in our area. Within many of them, I can't get to all of them. I have a day job too, so sure. So anyway, and appreciate all your hard work in this. I support it. Last year was just library. I know there's a lot to be done, but I think we have reached out to try to make that field available to new businesses, to our residents, to improve their lifestyle and their economic development. So I'm hopeful that we continue to partner with you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for bringing up the events. It's worth mentioning, we hosted 375 events last year. When you think about economic development shops, I'm not aware of another one in the Midwest that has taken that level of community engagement. So thank you for joining us for some of those, and hope everybody can make it up some more.
I appreciate you bringing them out to our area and not just sit in the middle of the county, but into the south part of the county and all around the county. I think it's important that we reach out to our partners. It's a big county. Let's be there.
Next item on the agenda, Martel, we did a presentation on the ethics. Well,
Hello, my name is Brenda O'Rourke. I'm the General Town Officer. She's our operational research manager. To talk about Thank you so much for having us. This is a really important conversation that kind of is a foundation of our work. So collaboration between that school and the met and our health department and police work. So it's in the space and then we collaborate together. So
Thank you for that. So to first get it started, we thought we would just do an overview of what is FEMA and what does our process look like. So on a monthly basis, our team will go through this full process that you see here. We start with case selection, just identifying an infant death that occurred in our county. We're doing abstractions of medical records to get information about the type of care they're able to receive. We also try to reach out to that family to do a family interview to get their personal perspective of their experience during pregnancy and then the birthing process. From there, we're able to consolidate that information and create a case summary. And then we have monthly meetings where we're doing case reviews. And during these case reviews, what we're doing is highlighting different findings that are identified in the case, of strengths that are of our health systems in care, and then also some gaps or opportunities for improvement within our healthcare systems. From those findings, we're able to generate recommendations that we then share with our community action team, who's currently the governance board of Kalamazoo. And from there, we are really trying to work to engage in different levels of action to basically impact different factors that will overall improve
So our model is a nationally created model. We're supported by the National Center for Fatality Prevention and Prevention, housed within Michigan Public Health Institute. And this is kind of the general two-tier process that we go through. So as I mentioned, we have monthly meetings where we're reviewing these cases, and that's going to be that top box there. And really, those are going to be folks that are going to be frontline folks that are, providing the direct care to patients, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be most familiar with the day-to-day processes and practices that are going on that people are experiencing. The second group at the bottom is the community action team. They're the ones that again are receiving those recommendations, and they're going to be made up of folks that actually have that institutional power or authority to make the type of changes that are necessary or, based on the different recommendations that we generate. So in general, FEMR is a surveillance program at its kind of most simplest understanding. And so we really do focus on trying to just learn about what different experiences are happening for our families around infant mortality. And this is how you can kind of see the general trend. Overall, in the county, it has been going down. However, what is really important to understand is when we look at the data being disaggregated. So if you look at the top within the box, I'm talking about families of color. Below that is going to be white families. To the left is low income families, and to the right is high income. So as you can see, there's a huge disparity between the infant mortality rates of families of color within our county compared to white families, as well as a disparity for income levels as well. The most important information here is to kind of look at that lower left corner where we're looking at low income white families, and we're seeing about 4 deaths per 1,000 births within the county. And if you look at the upper right, which is high income families of color, you can see that there's still a large disparity. And I point this out specifically because a lot of times people think that health outcomes or birth outcomes are specifically in relationship to the amount of income that a family may have. But as you can see here, income is not making that, or not acting as that protective factor that we would otherwise assume for families of color specifically. And this is just another way to look at the data. I want to kind of help everybody specifically just look at those trend lines, which are those dotted lines, to kind of just see that average trend over time. And the one that I want to point out the most is that blue line, which is high income families of color. And as you can see, it's had the most dramatic increase over time, and it's the only group that's seen an increase over time. The other two that I will point out are going to be low income families of color and low income white families. And as you can see, there's been a nice decrease over time, but unfortunately that disparity between racial groups has persisted. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Brenda to get into some more details.
So when we look at deaths, we kind of put them into 3 categories. In general, deaths are typically medically related. And we also caused by infection or complications. We also have premature births, which tend to be our higher number. And across the country, we're about the same. And births are about average for state and national. For general causes, we can't really prevent those. We can't prevent those. We know and expect to have a certain number of infant deaths. For prematurity, we have some means of some of those numbers. Things that can cause prematurity include multi-gestational pregnancies, such as twins, or primary outcomes, such as having a premature baby or a birth weight baby, and also losing a child or losing an infant, and hypertension. So the things that would help prevent this would, of course, consistent medical care, birth spacing. Those are the things that can really sleep-related deaths tend to be higher than the national average and state average for Kalamazoo County, and they're almost preventable. So we have typically about an average of 12% of all of our infant deaths are caused by something that's So when you look at the causes of death by race and socioeconomic status, so this is for 2023. This is the actual number of infants that we lost in 2020. And this chart kind of breaks down for you. So people of color that have Medicaid, which is what we use as a proxy for income, we are lower families. They had one loss of infant from sleep-related. So when we look at people of color with private insurance, they have the highest number of infants. Like with Medicaid, no loss in 2020. Again, this kind of goes back to that idea that our income is we all kind of see that. And also remember that our population is 81% non-Hispanic, 40% non-Hispanic Black, and 6% Hispanic. About that. So when you look at the cost of the program, typically the cost is fairly scattered. We have local, state, and federal funding. We actually lost our local funding up the way up. So right now we're serving our state and federal funding, which is very much. So the operational costs that we are talking about, that medical extraction, the case review, the team meetings, interviews, the time to meet as well as the dissemination of the information. State funding is pretty low and it flows through the county to WMED. The maximum per case extraction is 2. Participation again for 2023, kind of looked down by our fiscal year, so just as an FYI, these are the number of things that we and then people that still want to know the stats. Those are the total numbers for. It's important to know that we kind of talked about who participates. We already know how to get participants for meeting. So when we look at those recommendations, so these are the actual recommendations that review team generates. There's a total of 5 that we wanted to highlight. It's really based on the gaps that the team identifies within that process. Push the team to tell us about strategies that might improve change. So the top recommendation was care coordination. We see a lot of lack of coordination of care between providers. Really a lack of referral into services and families really falling through that. Patient communication is another issue, those gaps. Information that's shared with families. What is it? Why is it? Assessing for that comprehension. Do the families really understand the information that they give? Patient advocates, the team really identifying the in-person board intervention for these families. Trauma informed. Usually a lack of appropriate emotional care that was identified by the team, and how can we really are asking how we can create safe space for, and then safe space. If the family receive that training, they receive the information, they receive the resources about the
All right, so now we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about some of the extracurriculars, if you will, that our team participates in. We're really lucky here in Kalamazoo County to be working from a legacy that extends all the way back to the early 1990s. And so because of that, we do have a very strong relationship with the National Center with other FEMA programs around the nation. And one of the ways we've been kind of acknowledged in that way is by both official and unofficial mentoring opportunities. So throughout the years, we've been asked to help with different FEMA programs here and there. But within 2023, the National Center developed their first official mentoring program, and we were selected through application to be one of those mentoring sites. And we were also selected again this year. So really a great opportunity to be able to spread the knowledge that our team has been able to generate over time. The next thing I want to talk about is the Health Equity Learning Collaborative that was also housed within the National Center. Kathy Katari, my predecessor, was originally one of the co-chairs of this Health Equity Collaborative. And once I started my role in 22, I then took that co-chair role. And it was a really great experience and an opportunity to really build foundational knowledge for FEMA programs and child death review programs across the country. And we really focused on being able to have like a shared definition around what is racism and how it may show up in practices, policies, or procedures within our institutions. Really taking a deep dive into the lived experiences of Black folks and Indigenous folks, because those are going to be the people that have historically and currently experienced the most poor outcomes when it comes to birth and health outcomes generally. And then the intersectionality that different folks are going to be experiencing and how all those different identities are going to impact somebody's birth or health outcomes. And then lastly, we really wanted to ensure that folks had skills that were related to these values in ways that they're able to facilitate meetings, recognizing that everyone is at different places within these type of journeys, and being able to instill these values while also accepting that kind of space for learning. And finally, the other thing I wanted to talk about is knowledge dissemination. Our team really recognizes it being very important to share anything that we're learning about. And so we've been intentional about trying to do presentations at all different levels of society. We do a lot of presentations with our partners through Kalamazoo, so that includes Bronson, and a lot of different departments within there. That includes all the subcommittees of Kalamazoo, so there's a large diversity of membership within those spaces. And then we've also done presentations at the state, national, and technically international level. The state had asked us to do a presentation on safe sleep. And then we've been lucky enough to be able to disseminate findings from a recent manuscript that's being led by Dr. Katari around the impact that family interviews as a component of the model have on the type of review and outcomes that we're able to kind of see. And we were able to do a presentation on that just in November of this year in Canada at an international conference. So actually, finally, I want to talk about that relationship that we have to Cradle Kalamazoo a little bit more. Like I said, the governance board of Cradle Kalamazoo does function as the community action team for that FEMA model. Myself, along with Alyssa Stewart at the Community Foundation, are the co-chairs of that board, and we're really looking forward to moving forward with the new leadership that's been established within Cradle to really strengthen the relationship between the FEMA model and Cradle functioning, to really better implement those recommendations that we're learning or that are developed from the lived experiences of folks within our county. So again, there's some representation in the network of Cradle. It does extend far beyond that as well. But that's all we have for you all today. So if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, I was curious as to the sample size of some of these different populations. I look at like page 8, for instance, the total deaths in 2023, and it looks like you would be 7 times more likely to have infant mortality if you had insurance. So the advice would be to get rid of your insurance. That doesn't make any sense. But like, what are the sample sizes?
Yeah, so here insurance is only used as a proxy for insurance, so it's or for your income status. So it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the type of insurance coverage you receive.
Okay.
But the sample size, we're lucky enough in our county to actually be able to review all deaths that occur within our county, so there's no sample that we're pulling from. We're reviewing each and every single death that does.
And how many would that be?
So for this 2023, it was a total of
8 deaths. Do you know how many births? You put one as a denominator and one as a numerator.
Yeah, I think it's closer to like 3,000 or so for the whole entire county. I think it's just higher than that. So it's I think based on the other slides, we were able to see this trend over time of what our rate has been. And so this is the type of graph that I would really recommend folks looking at, because it helps you see what we're able to do over time as opposed to those snapshots of each year. Because 1 year can be an anomaly compared to what's actually going on.
And I appreciate the 3-year average. The idea behind this graph, if you're right on, this is exactly how you're going to look at the data, but you would need a sample size to know the confidence level of each of these data points, what the sample size was. Yeah, we'll get to that later. I guess the second question I have is in 2000, I think in 2012, we received a similar report talking about the disparities in infant mortality. And I said at that time, back in 2012, sitting on the slides, there's no greater example of institutional racism than that disparity. That being said, what are we doing about it? And how do we, I mean, I see that those trend lines are coming down, and I appreciate that, especially looking at the 3-year average. I think that makes a lot of sense. But what can we do? I mean, this is a national issue that's going on. You'd think Bronson and Borges would be scared to death of the PR that Black babies are dying at a higher rate in their hospitals than white babies are. What is being done, I guess, is it, do we need more intervention by maternal mothers? What do you need in order to stop this? Because this has been a problem that we've been receiving on the county commission for 10, 12 years.
Get here, so it might take a while to get out.
Yes.
Right, like we're talking about racism, so it's very difficult to get back. So for Cradle Kalamazoo, that's the entire goal, is to decrease that disparity between Black and Kalamazoo. It's higher.
Right. Yeah, you're not telling me anything I don't know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I guess my question to rephrase it is, what do we need to do? Where do we need to put the resources? I mean, is there an allocation of dollars to a program that will work? Because we've been going down the same road for 12 years and nothing seems to be changing. And I guess I'm getting sick and tired of seeing the same results year after year and saying, well, it's a national problem, it's racism. Give us another X amount of dollars. I mean, I want to give money to solve this problem, but I want to give money to things that'll work, I guess.
I appreciate your perspective. I don't think it's all. And I do agree that we have home visitation as one of that we can't hold everybody in our home visitation programs because we don't have the capacity to do that, and there's not the trust level. So that's what we're doing within those home visitation programs, is really building bridges of trust into care. That's what our goal is. We're trying to equip people information about child development, healthy pregnancy, those are all the interventions that we use. We can't touch it. We don't have the resources for that. But if we could, and that's one of the larger goals of Cradle Kalamazoo, we will.
Well, I'm committed to providing and helping you get the resources that you need. I guess what I'm telling you is don't be shy to ask.
If I could add, I really appreciate that extension. The FEMA program specifically has been grant funded since 2015, and based on recent funding priorities shifting, we're not able to get some of those funds that we previously were receiving. So there's funds available, we'll definitely take them. I think the other thing I want to point out too is that a lot of the recommendations that we generate are systems level recommendations. So we're talking about multiple different intersecting sectors of society that are all going to be coming together to ultimately make that long-term change that we're looking for. Unfortunately, because a lot of these issues are related to racism and other systemic issues. It's really kind of hard to point to one intervention and say, this is gonna be the thing that's gonna just take care of all of our issues. I think home visiting as an evidence-based intervention, we've been working really hard to utilize that one specifically because we do know there's evidence behind that reduction in infant mortality rates within a given population. And to Brenda's point, there's still limitations within that as well. So, definitely funding and investment in types of programs that directly focus on these issues is one way. And honestly, patience, because of understanding that this is a multi-sectoral, multi-layered, systematic issue that we're trying to solve with a team of like 10 people.
And I appreciate all that you're doing. I just look at these numbers, and especially the disparity numbers, as an embarrassment to Kalamazoo, really. And I want to find a way to fix it. I guess I'm just so driven, and I guess maybe that the systemic issue it takes a lot more than a magic pill type situation. But I'm determined. Is basically.
We appreciate the partnership.
So I have some questions. But to John's point, the language used to be, black babies are dying. We have to break up black babies from their social economic status. I see here that it's changing people. When did that change? Is there a breakdown of the race within the people of color?
Yeah, we could definitely provide a breakdown of, and kind of disaggregate the data even more. I think the reason why we group them together is just because of kind of going back to one of Commissioner Taylor's questions earlier about sampling is that there's really small numbers of different identities within our county, and so the rates would be kind of disproportionate if you're trying to look at it individually. So looking at families of color in total is an easier way. Black families in particular, if you were to pull it out, have even higher compared to this kind of like average that we're displaying. So I think that's another issue that we can kind of see differently as we disaggregate the data differently. But it really just comes down to kind of what are the standards of the way we display this data based on the different population sizes.
Thank you. Commissioner or Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information. Vice Chair and Chair had similar questions to what I had. One was people of color, and I was talking about, are you grouping them based on the diaspora and the underlying race is black, even though they may be mixed?
So anybody who is mixed, say that one parent that's black and one parent that's yeah, so we consider them as black because there is data from local research that shows that as long as you have one black parent, your outcomes are going to be similar to if you had two black parents.
Thank you for that. And then we're talking about despite income, black women giving birth and still having those infant mortality rates. I know Vice Chair was trying to get an answer on, excuse me, do we have any new information? But for me, I guess, do we know if they're under the care of black doctors that we have better outcomes than under the care of a white physician? In some research that I've done, I have seen that under the care of black doctors, more black babies have survived. And are we looking as we push you're at WMed, so we know we're looking at nursing programs and doctor programs or PA programs. We're putting GPAs up here and down here. So when those folks, and I'm on the board for another institution where we rate those applications for our students to get into nursing school, and every time points are given to applicants whose GPA is here, but never here for anyone. So I can have someone who can get all A's, get the 8 courses that they need as a prerequisite, and be a nurse at 20. No experience, and we get a lot of complaints from both of our facilities on care, wait time, especially for our Medicaid individuals. I have gone to university when I have some pretty darn good insurance and still feel like, you know, I'm being labeled in a certain way? Or is it medications, you know, that they're not giving these people, and it's just the overall pain that's making either the parent or putting too much stress on the baby? And I know you can't answer all of these questions now, but I would like to see some data based on under the care of Black and minority doctors, what that looks like, and any information on if they've taken a survey and the feedback that that mother has given on her experience. Last thing is, I looked recently and saw that in Florida that they do have support centers. I know recently I've heard that after you have a baby these days, that after 24 hours, they're leaving out, you know, I had my son, I at least had 4 or 5 days to get myself together, but there are places funded in, I believe it's Orlando and Miami, where a mother could go and get that additional care. And the government is covering those costs. So maybe thinking about a facility that could support women, you know, women, all women that are having babies, that they have that time during their 12-week period for mothers and fathers to go in this facility where, just like when you're in the hospital, a nurse will still come get your baby at 3 o'clock in the morning so you can get, you know, some sleep. I think in that healing process, once we're home, back on the grind, into that.
I think just in response, what comes up for me is some of the different initiatives that we're looking forward to in 2025. We're putting a big emphasis on supporting doulas and expanding access to doulas within the county. And in particular, we focus on that type of provider type along with home visitors because we see them as bridgers from the clinical space out into the community. Somebody that can translate for you if they are able to go to an appointment with you or something like that. Someone who is able to support you when you need those moments. So I just need a nap really quick and somebody hold my baby. Those are the type of roles that we have within our system that can provide that extra care. And just kind of push the point a little bit further to your experiences that happen within, the emergency department and other clinical spaces. Those spaces are deeply indoctrinated within, racist systems. And so as we do this work within clinical spaces to try to help, dismantle some of those policies and structures, we're also supporting other initiatives that are more community-based, relationship-based, that are going to support families in the meantime, and then figure out how best to integrate both of those models together.
Last question. So we do have funding out there for you here. Do you have your own funding, or are you seeking to get partnerships with funding that is out there? We did get quite a few WCA monies for that. And even when we get the reports back, a lot of money, that particular grant is indeed spent solely towards doula care. It's other areas that money is going to. And for me, when I supported it, I wanted to see more action going towards doula care. So is that an entity that you connect with, or do you have your own funding?
Yeah, so as a part of Cradle, as a collective, the YWCA is one of our biggest partners. We are going to be seeking additional funding to support doulas. We're doing it from a ground up perspective, trying to do a needs analysis of the community to see, how are doulas getting their education in our county, how are doulas connected to families that need that type of support. So we're really trying to start from the ground and work our way up to ensure that we're building a system around doulas to ensure that we're supporting them along that way. So those are some of the things that we're looking to get funding to support.
And I know Rooted is one of that.
Yes.
So you're connected.
Yes, they're also part of it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Morales, for those questions and insights. I was going to focus question around doula care and the ability to bridge community. One of the things you see in medical research generally is that when patients, whoever they are, have an advocate with them in clinical settings, they are more effective and communicating with their practitioner. That becomes more important than when you're facing that patient, when you are then in a marginalized identity or in a vulnerable state like pregnant with other outcomes. One of the other things, and I don't know, there's sort of like three places in which change occurs. There's individual change, there's institutional change, and there's cultural change. And you're doing a lot of work at that institutional level. But as patients are in the clinical space where there's the processes and policies, they also go out into the community where they are subjected to messaging and racialized stress. And so I wonder if there is an identification of any other evidence-based outcomes that help, pregnant people of color just decompress a little bit. Where are parent support groups or affinity groups that they can be with? What are we doing to help bring stress reduction to pregnant people of color? It's not just how they interface with their doctor, but it's how they interface at the grocery store with the clerk and at their job and with their extended family, etc. Right? And it's that compounding of all of those stressors that my understanding must contribute. So I would encourage more dialogue around that, and thinking through, people in my own life, knowing a woman of color, recently giving birth and not getting connected to referrals for resources, having difficulty connecting to doula care easily without jumping through lots of financial barriers and triangulation to get those supports. Can you talk to me, the care coordination identified the top priority? I assume it's probably been, right? So how do we then, as vice chairs kind of do too, how do we move the needle? You have vulnerable population and, what are we doing then to, we tell the institutional partners these are the changes you need to make, get the people with the authority to make the changes, do they make them, or, what sort of happens?
Presentations within the right? So, with both George's and us about these outcomes, about how we could help. I think it's difficult to change. Healthcare has gone through an incredible transformation, and right now it's very difficult to think about improving what we're trying to do. And I think it's going to be that goes for the support it, right? So we do our best through our femur interactions through these presentations, talking directly with the clinicians about, hey, this person is linked to a home visitor. So they're talking the same language now. We're addressing the patients, and many physicians love this idea because they feel they can't impact the social determinants of health outside of the office. However, they do not have time, given that ability to spend time on those issues or bring other people into the appointments. You guys have all been there, but you're like, okay, bye, just like, so we work on that.
Yeah, if I could add, the other thing that we have been learning over time, and I've kind of been perceiving personally just because of the ones I have with the humor, there's a true need for a sustained facilitation presence to really move the needle on these type of initiatives. Somebody that basically can be on people's backs when they're not following through. And the issue with that we've experienced in FEMA so far is that intermittent funding. Like I said, FEMA had started in the 90s, it went away because of funding. We were able to bring it back only in 2015 because of concerted efforts of people that then created Cradle to this day. And so the other thing around funding is that a lot of times for other FEMA programs and conservation, because funding is so tight, one person tends to have to do all the different roles that it really takes to run a FEMA program. But then that means you don't have the capacity to facilitate that systems change, accountability, and seeing that these things do come to fruition. So our team just recently, as of 2022, the FEMA team went from like a team of 2 within WMed with the support of the county to now a team of 4. So, and that happened like end of 2022 into 23. So we really only had that team for like closer to a year. Where we had this direct concerted effort and can actually put behind FEMA as a program, and then therefore the type of long-term system change initiatives that we can try to.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I went to the Bill Marks and what Vice Chair said. I was a county commissioner and doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere. Straight. I'm not sure what the answer is, but as I recall at that point, we were compared very unfavorably to the county of Detroit. Is that still the case? You guys were talking about national figures. We still saw compared to Wayne County.
Question, I haven't compared us recently, so I have to.
That's a question I'd like to ask. And another one is, I didn't see anything mentioned in here about another possible consideration, and that is being born as a child of color or white or whatever into a two-parent family or a single-parent family. That's something that's gone crazy in the last 20 or 30 years, regardless of race. And is that something that could conceivably be a factor?
I'll track that because that's not something that is found at the national level.
Well, if it's not at the national level, we don't bother looking at it.
No, because it's not something that would be acceptably looked at or pinpointed as something that would be a factor. So we don't take the time. And we don't truly have a way to find out that information. It's not typically in your chart necessarily, whether you're married or not married, or whether the father of the baby is in your life or not. So, but kind of sketchy.
Find that sketchy, and I understand what you're saying. And here's an example of a little knowledge being a very dangerous thing. I had a chance to take 2 tours through the medical examiner's facility at WMed, and if I recall correctly, when a death takes place in this county, and we've got 2 big gorgeous and fronts and healthcare systems, frequently we wind up, and this is talking about infants, but I'm assuming maybe it is. If somebody moves in here from Allegan County by helicopter or whatever, because they really need some kind of emergency treatment that we can't, that the local Allegan County, in this case, I don't want to pick on that, can't provide, yet if that person or infant dies in Kalamazoo County, that's considered a death here and not where that infant or person came from.
And that's what the kids, we have to in Kalamazoo. So the state is very particular about when there's any question, they might ask us to look at but they'll see very clearly this is how
Residency really counts. Thank you.
What's my question? I do have a follow-up question. You said that it's not in the chart, like narrow status, what chart? Is that the doctor's office or only the?
I don't do the abstraction part. I will tell you it's not in the death certificate. So that's my specific certificates. Sometimes it'll say, add father after death certificate or birth certificate sometimes. So we don't really know. It's sort of the mother's choice. Maybe it's clear.
So there, in medical records, they do ask that question, but I think to, what Commissioner Gisler is specifically getting to is that, support that you can get, by having a partner. And, sometimes that support looks different if you have a different makeup of a family. So to Brenda's point, trying to get a comprehensive understanding of what type of care and support that individual is able to get is more directly related to their birth and health outcomes as opposed to whether they're married or not.
So, and then my final question is, so looking at this right here, it's showing that finding non. So what is being done to target that Like, it feels like all the programs and resources are geared toward low income families and nothing toward middle and high income folks on private insurance. Like, for example, I just had a baby. I heard from nobody. I didn't even get as much as a safe sleep flyer. So, and my baby is more at risk than some of the other groups of dying, right? So, what work is being done to target those specific groups?
Yeah, I think to Commissioner Shred's point earlier about the type of like impact the larger culture around you can have on your health outcomes. Those are the type of factors that really impact high income families of color. So that's and traditionally it's because as you make more money, you tend to be in more predominantly white spaces, and just that experience within itself and the level of discrimination that may be experienced is what is one of the biggest drivers of that disparity. So I do think that it goes back to some of the initiatives that we could be working towards that do kind of talk to that larger cultural impact. And then the other part is when it comes to care coordination, we're trying to make sure that everybody is able to be signed up with doulas, signed up with home visitors. And we've been doing process analysis essentially to say like, okay, we understand that there's this referral process that's supposed to go from the clinic to the community so that people can get engaged with these services. Where is it going wrong? And we've been doing work with the different clinical spaces in the community, along with a lot of the home visitation programs, to try to understand what those referral pathways look like, to improve them, so that everybody in a like standardized way are going to be connected to those networks.
So I have a question, would WMed, so I'm looking at myself and Shira, I just say we're in class. But when we go, I don't think I would choose WMed as a provider, right? I would go and I would say, hey, Shred, here you go, or, you know, somebody that's in my immediate circle. But I'm also seeing that even though women of color or Black women are identified as Latina, as we move up salary wise, what's missing? And are we still being treated as if we're still on that, I don't want to say Medicaid level, but I was on Medicaid and I know what that treatment looks like. And I don't know until I received treatment from a Black doctor that was a woman that I felt heard in my 48 years of living. And that's recently, I just found out. I've never had a Black. And so one of the things is that we're not being heard. So my question is, would someone off this dais possibly you get that care so that you could get that information? Because I don't know when I go to my doctor that they're like, hey, here's the here. It's almost like it's expected based on my income that I know that these resources are available. And some folks don't know, like I am a first gen and my mom was in the hospital. I opened to work before her 6 weeks was up. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what are we? And I know you can't handle them all, but I think as we move forward, some possible solutions that we're ensuring that someone like Morales is still getting those services that a low income person will receive. I think as we move up the income bracket, a lot of that information is not given to us because of where we are and what facilities that we're going to. Like if I go to Family Health Center, I see everything. You go to STDs, I go to my doctor's office, nothing. It's not one pamphlet on that wall as opposed to when I come here, but I may not come from that background education. So it's kind of like a statement slash.
Yeah, I appreciate the statement, especially because of that comparison. Like visually, are they displayed? Can you like just reach out and grab that type of information? And I think kind of back to Commissioner Reyes' point about, or the point that I made about the process flows and like the referrals and like what is a standard, unit of care look like? What should your average appointment look like? Is a lot of what we're trying to implement. And again, if we're able to have somebody that can facilitate that system change over time, and us just starting to develop that foundation as of last year, I think we're starting to be primed to move into a direction where we can have somebody to be like, okay, I'm gonna implement a mystery shopper type of evaluation as an example where we're sending folks in. But again, it does come down to the ebb and flow of nonprofit with the type of funding that we're able to receive. And that really played a huge indicator of whether or not somebody's able to directly focus on one issue and follow it all the way through.
Just a follow-up question. So Cradle has been around for at least 9 years. Are the right people at the table to implement these changes as things are changing with the same folks that have been at the table for 9 years, across the board, we're still talking about disparities within the healthcare system? And just, I mean, they'll probably continue to exist, but the conversation is still the exact same. Right, so are the right people at the table to make those changes? And that,
Yeah. I think it's a great question, and I guess what I'm hopeful for and focused on is the fact that we have new leadership and designated leadership. In 2022 and a little bit of 23, we didn't have a true ED of critical. We didn't have that leading person that was going to be able to kind of put folks together and have a vision that we're moving towards. There's many years that we were looking to fill that role. And so now that we finally have that implemented and we have new leadership within the governance board, I think we have the pieces that we need in order to have people that are dedicated to looking at these issues, asking those type of questions, who's at the table, who's not at the table, and being willing to rewrite bylaws and go through different procedures in order to take a look at that.
Just a suggestion, as you move forward, I've always found that one of the biggest motivators for systemic change is fear, as well as one of the ones that's biggest motivators for not changing is also fear. I think a headline was something after 10 to 12 years, Borges and Bronson are still, Black and brown ladies are still dying in the 4 times the rate. Those types of stories that go out is going to motivate Borges and Bronson to take action. Because it sounds to me like it's the healthcare system that refuses to change and refuses to look at their systemic sort of operations and find ways that make more equity in their patients. And if they're not willing to do that, then fear may motivate. But that's just my own 2 cents.
I think it's easy to scapegoat, right? Like that's what we want to do. A lot of solutions. But if we do that, then we alienate those partners. And we have to do that movement. We have no say, we have no relationship, we will not come to the table up here. So
First they ignore you, then they laugh at you. There's a transgression, and it moves forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here today and to strengthen this relationship, us being a countywide surveillance program. I think it's really important for you all to be aware that we exist in the first place, what we do, and how we can work together to make the changes we want.
last question. How does someone join? I saw the community members are allowed to sit on the page on YouTube. How would someone join?
Yeah, so we're actually working on that process too, just like how, if we have an input from people, how do we make those decisions? As of right now, if you reach out to either myself or Brenda, we're looking to start doing some type of onboarding process. Okay, great. And I think there's really a lot of value thinking about which group to join as well, the community action team versus the case review team. So that's something that we can also talk about.
Fine. No, they know more about this program in 1 hour than I know in my entire body, but I will indicate that what we do at HCS is pretty extensive as it relates to home visitation, maternal and health programs. I probably have 15
full-time employees that are dedicated towards maternal infant health. So, and I will say too, that I think, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but a family that goes through a maternal infant health program such as Nurse Family Partnership, Healthy Families America, even, some of our other programs in the community, they are much better prepared, and the odds of them falling into that category are much reduced. So, we really struggle every 5 years for the federal funding that we get for our some of our maternal infant health programs through HRSA. Thank God, and it's just always at the very end that, we finally are going to get it. Every 5 years, I have to put, 10 employees on a pink slip because I never know where my funding is going to be. With this administration, you're going to see probably some changes to family planning. So, there's all sorts of nuance with the things that are somewhat out of our control. Not taking ownership of it. I'm not trying to not take ownership of it, but, we've always appreciated the support. And John, I agree with you completely. This is an embarrassing statistic for Kalamazoo County to have the resource that we have and still struggle with, for every one white baby, we're looking at 3 or 4 black babies that encounter this fate. So that's a reality, and that's something that, while our numbers continue to go down, the disparity continues to remain. That's all I've got to add.
Thank you so much.
So,
Thank you, Chair. I move that we enter closed session to consult with attorneys regarding Lincoln's family. United States District Court, Western District of Michigan, case number 123-3-64, and Benjamin's family of County, County, 0644-CD, MCL 15.6.
Or
All right, let's do this first. All right, any discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Strauss,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eastman,
yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Pepper,
yes.
Commissioner Mason. Yes. Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray. I move that we enter closed session for update and discussion related to the purchase of a new site for transitional housing families pursuant to MCL 13.268. For property. Roll call, please. Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Pepper,
Yes.
Commissioner Mason. Yes. Commissioner Morales. Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strauss.
Yes.
So, so we adjourn to chair, and then we say we want to take recess, and then.
You're going to call the chair right now.
We're on. just want to give it a break. We got to do it.
Please pray with me. Father, as we gather today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interests of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Finally, watch over the women and men safe at home.
Please, to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here.
Here. Here. Here.
I have a proclamation. 40 years of dedicated service to the community in the county of Kalamazoo for Jeffrey C. Hawkins is here in the audience. Whereas Jeffrey Hawkins, a devoted leader and founder of EnviroLogic Technologies Incorporated and a vice president of Fishback, has announced his retirement effective January 3rd, 2025, after 40 years of unwavering service. And whereas under Jeff Hawkins' leadership, EnviroLogic contributed over 30 years of service in Kalamazoo, focusing on the brownfield redevelopment tools, environmental services, and providing programs that helped incentivize projects for communities, developers, and governmental agencies. And whereas since founding the organization in 1989, Jeff Hawkins prioritized plant-focused culture and approached projects in logical and innovative ways, maintained highly qualified and knowledgeable staff, and instilled company-wide vision to do good work, to do good work, to do good. And whereas Jeff Hawkins was the former CEO and the hydrogeologist at EnviroLogic for over 30 years, where he led business development and provided senior oversight of brownfield redevelopment projects. And whereas Jeff Hawkins has worked with the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and other BRAs to create policies and procedures, facilitate site inventory projects, conduct educational presentations and community outreach sessions, and develop brownfield plans and Act 381 work plans. And whereas Jeff Hawkins frequently served as an expert on brownfield redevelopment issues and is an instructor for the annual course in economic development offered to the Michigan Economic Developers Association, and has served on several of the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy Continuous Program Improvement Committees that work to improve the state's brownfield programs and regulations. And whereas Jeff Hawkins has developed an expertise in acquiring and layering various incentives and programs to benefit projects, including U.S. EPA brownfield assessment grants, Eagle grants and loans, and working with the land bank authorities. And whereas Jeff Hawkins serves and continues to serve on various local boards, communities, and task forces within Kalamazoo County, including the Department of Environmental and Geological Sciences Advisory Council.
and the Michigan Geological Survey Advisory Council at Western Michigan University. He is also a member of the Love Where You Live Grant Review Committee for Kalamazoo Community Foundation. And whereas after Virologic Technologies Incorporated was acquired by Fishback in 2022, Jeff Hawkins continued his commitments to the community by ensuring the smooth transition of the company, acting as a vice president, senior hydrogeologist, and senior advisor until notice of his retirement. And whereas Jeff Hawkins has demonstrated a significant achievement of 40 years of environmental consulting experience in Michigan and expertise in all aspects of environmental service, with an emphasis in brownfield redevelopment. And whereas Jeff Hawkins has demonstrated academic achievements by graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in Geology from Southern Illinois University and holding a Master of Science degree in Earth Science from Western Michigan University. And whereas Jeff Hawkins' service to the community demonstrates his personal commitment to the environment and is ensuring Kalamazoo County is a great place to live, work, and play for all people. And therefore, now be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes and honors Jeff Hawkins for his 40 years of dedicated service, his impactful contributions, and his enduring legacy in the Kalamazoo community. In contributions to economic development and brownfield redevelopment, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for his tireless efforts and wish him all the best in his future endeavors.
Support, roll call vote.
Yes.
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 All right, so now at this time, I'll move that state representative Chief Rogers and state representative Christine Morris, who would also like to present proclamations. Welcome, Brett.
Thank you for having us. Would it be all right to call up both gentlemen together? We have two proclamations to be both of them. David and Jeff want to join us. We would like to properly recognize them. Excuse us. State Representative Julie Rogers, House District 41. State Representative Christine Morris, District 40. And we both have some special tributes to present to David and Jeff if you want to join us. I served on the County Brownfield Redevelopment Board, as many of you know, for over 10 years, both partly as a county commissioner, partly as the chair of the KCBRA and EDC. And what I like to say about these gentlemen is a very special qualification. They taught me how to pronounce 4-syllable words with no vowels in between, and their environmental expertise is, I would say, unmatched in the state. And when I was appointed to the Eagle Subcommittee of Appropriations, that was the qualification I cited when I first was appointed to that. But seriously, I wanted to take this special moment of recognition because they have given not only their contractual obligation to this county and our PCBRA, but oodles and oodles of technical assistance off hours. They have personally answered many of my questions in the evening, on Saturdays. They continue to be a resource and guide to me with technical legislation that I have questions about. Chef has also sponsored many fun dinners at conferences and at brownfield meetings. And just when we say we're full, he says, well, there's one more special drink you have to slide between the cracks. So I just wanted to take this moment to uplift the special recognition. I personally really appreciate all the expertise and the blood, sweat, and tears that both of them have given. The proclamation or the tributes also mentioned some of the other things that they have given to the community, and I won't spend all the time reading, but they are both very embedded in the Kalamazoo community with lots of different hats. And I also know David and his cycling community as well. So I just wanted to offer my thank you for your service in the county of Kalamazoo. I'm just gonna say, we obviously heard a lot about Jeff Hawkins, but I'm just gonna read a little bit. These tributes are pretty special from the state of Michigan. So I'm just gonna read sort of the first paragraph. I'll just say a few details that I thought were most notable. So let it be known that we are delighted to offer a recognition and deepest appreciation to Jeffrey Hawkins on the occasion of his remarkable career and lifelong commitment to environmental stewardship, community development, and professional excellence. His contributions have left an indelible mark on Kalamazoo County and beyond, exemplifying a legacy of innovation and service. Some of the things that really popped out to me were when he founded his company, EnviroLogic, he was driven by the vision to do good work, to do good. So he's obviously done a lot of that for the county of Kalamazoo. And then there are some really specific details about what he's done on a wider scale outside of Kalamazoo County. So he's developed expertise in leveraging incentives such as US EPA brownfield assessment grants and EAGLE programs to support redevelopment projects. He's worked with brownfield redevelopment authorities to create policies, facilitate site inventories, and engage communities. His service on EAGLE's continuous program improvement committees has strengthened Michigan's environmental programs. So thank you for that. And then the last paragraph says, in special tribute, therefore, this document is signed and dedicated to honor Jeffrey Hawkins for his extraordinary career and service to the community. We offer our very best wishes for a fulfilling future as he continues to inspire others and contribute to the betterment of Kalamazoo County and beyond. Signed by myself, Brett Rogers, Lieutenant Governor Governor Field President, Governor Whitmer. Congratulations. Thank you.
Well.
No.
Great. Proclamation honoring David B. Warwick for 40 years of dedicated service to the community and council of Kalamazoo. Whereas David Warwick, a devoted leader and co-owner of EnviroLogic Technologies Incorporated and a vice president of Fishnet, has announced his retirement. Has announced his retirement effective January 3, 2025 after 40 years of unwavering service. And whereas under David Warwick's leadership, EnviroLogic contributed over 30 years of service in Kalamazoo, focusing on remediating contaminated properties and providing services that help incentivize projects for communities, developers, and governmental agencies. And whereas since joining the organization in 1989, David Warwick continued his commitment to the community by helping to develop a company that continuously applied sound science with integrity and always kept clients and goals in mind. And whereas David Warwick was the former president, co-owner, and hydrogeologist at EnviroLogic, and directed EnviroLogic's operations by working with a team of professionals implementing business strategy and development processes. And whereas David Warwick directed remedial investigation and remediation services by assisting project professionals with strategy development and project implementation. And whereas David Warwick directly managed contaminant investigations, compliance projects, and property redevelopment projects. And whereas David Warwick has served and continues to serve on various local boards, committees, and task forces within Kalamazoo County, including being an active member, as well as a past board member and president of the Southwest Michigan Sustainable Business Forum. And whereas David Warwick has served as a member of the Michigan Association of Environmental Professionals, American Institute of Professional Geologists, and Erie Waste Management Association. Whereas after Envirologic Technologies Incorporated was acquired by Fishbeck in 2022, David Warwick continued his commitment to the community by ensuring a smooth transition of the company, acting as Vice President, Senior Hydrogeologist, and Senior Advisor until notice of his retirement. And whereas David Warwick has demonstrated a significant achievement of 40 years of environmental experience in Michigan and expertise in all aspects of environmental services with an emphasis in environmental site assessments, environmental compliance, contaminant investigations, remediation, and risk management. Risk assessment. And whereas David Warwick has demonstrated academic achievement by graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in Geology from Eastern Kentucky University and holding a Master of Science degree in Geology from Western Michigan University. And whereas David Warwick's service to the community demonstrates his personal commitment to the environment and in instilling Kalamazoo County is a great place to live, work, and play for all people. And now therefore be resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes and honors David Warwick for his 40 years of dedicated service, his impactful contributions, and his enduring legacy in the Kalamazoo community and contributions to economic development and brownfield redevelopment. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for his tireless efforts and wish him all the best in his future endeavors.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair President.
Yes.
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 Vice Chair Davis.
Yes.
We are going to adjourn the policy chair to finish our closed session.
Back at closed door.
17, 2024 regular meeting back in order. Our chair Ray had to take off for a bit, but I will chair the rest of the meeting. Next on the agenda item is communications. I have one communication from Mr. Cochran regarding the fair that I just recently received. But are there any other communications from commissioners?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I've also received, communication. Currently, I'm certainly working with, I am on the Fair Council, so, we are going to continue to since, also have communications about the parking for numerous times. And we'll work on it and hopefully we will get that.
Thank you. Any other communications from commissioners? Sure. Right, next, we have approval of minutes. The Vice Chair will entertain a motion to approve the December 3rd, 2024 committee of the whole regular closed session meeting minutes.
So moved.
Support. And supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Next, the approval of the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Chair, I would like to pull, item 1421, the request for, signature for.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And that's under item TT, request for approval, signature of 2025 memorandum of agreement.
Chair, make a motion that we approve the agenda as requested.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended, support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for residents to address the board, and please give us your name, where you're from, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you. Anybody wishing to address the board? Any hands raised on that? Okay, then we get into consent agenda. Commissioner Morales, you have any? I saw your hand up. So that's what you have.
Okay, I've been on a reading roll. Bear with me. Yeah, all right. Administration, item 1377, request for approval of the county emergency operations plan. Under Board of Commissioners, item number 1374, request for the review and approval of food system employment and training plus expansion for year 2025. Item number 1408, request for the review and approval of FY 2025 partnership accountability training code. Item number 1422, request for approval of revised diversity, equity, and inclusion advisory committee bylaws. Item number 1416, request for approval of reappointment to DEI, that the board approve reappointments to DEI for the term of December 7, 2024 through December 6, 2027. Brianna Dodson and Tara Maven. Item number 1406, request for approval to appoint Jihan Young, the Honorable Jihan Young, to Environmental Health Advisory Council. Item number 1409, request for approval of board chair advisory body appointment. Item number 1427, request for approval of an ARPA agreement addendum for the Kalamazoo County Convention and Visitors Bureau. That's what she did. No? 1401. Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 1401, request for approval of memorandums of understanding between Kalamazoo County and multiple departments, elected officials, and courts to obligate American Rescue Plan Act. Item number 1428, request for approval of an ARPA agreement between Kalamazoo County and the Village of Schoolcraft. Item number 1429, request for approval of an ARPA agreement, addendum for Ashland Township. Item number 1430, request for approval of an ARPA agreement, addendum for the United Way of South Central Michigan. Item number 1432, request for approval of an ARPA agreement between Kalamazoo County and undue medical debt. Item number 1431, request for an approval of an ARPA intergovernmental agreement between Kalamazoo County government and Metro Transit. Item number 2, authorize the board chair to sign the agreement. Next, the board will approve an ARPA intergovernmental agreement between Kalamazoo County government and Kalamazoo Metro Transit for the provision of disaster relief funds. And finally, authorize the board chair to sign it. Item number 1462, request for approval to set 2025 organizational meeting where the board approved to set 2025 organizational meeting for January 7, 2025 at 5:30 under circuit court. Item number 1370, request to enter a contractual agreement between 9th District Court problem solving courts. Item number 1385, request for approval of budget adjustment with position creation to align with child care fund grant. Item number 1388, request for approval for 9th District Court to accept grant funds from drug treatment court fund. Under finance, 1037, recommendation for approval of health accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Item number 1386, request for approval of purchasing car policies and procedure manual amendments. Item number 1387, request for approval of 2025 budget position creation. 1396, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers. 1433, request for approval of a temporary employee extension. 1436, request for approval of 2024 final year-end salary pool budget adjustments and transfers. Under Health and Community, item number 1306, request for approval and signature of contract renewal with Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health. Item number 1332, request for approval for position creation with the AAA Agency Region 3A. Item number 1340, request for approval and signature of contract with Dynamic Life Cycle Innovations. Item number 1343, request for approval and signature of a purchase of service agreement with the Michigan Medicare Medicaid Assistance Program. Item number 1257, request for approval and signature of an updated purchase of service bidding agreement for AAA 3A. Item number 1184, request for approval and signature of contract with DK Security, approval of an adjustment to the 2025 budget, approval and signature of contract between DK Services and the Health and Community Services, and approval of adjustments to the 2025 budget for the period of January 1 through December 31, 2025. Item number 1437, request for approval of the funding recommendations for the Senior Village Allocation Ad Hoc Committee under Housing. Item number 1363, request for approval and signature of a house funding agreement with Community Homeworks. Item number 1368, request for approval to assign the loan and Sugarloaf MHP LLC. Assign the loan with Sugarloaf MHP LLC for $121,500 to the Kalamazoo County Public Housing Commission, and then authorize the board chair to sign the loan agreement and the corresponding mortgage against the property to the Kalamazoo County Public Housing Commission to comport with Michigan compliance law. Item number 1383, request for approval and signature of amendment number 1 to the grant agreement with Fair Housing. Item number 1394, request for approval and signature of housing fund agreement with Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing Service. Item number 1399, request for approval and signature of housing fund design in place for LVHA under human resources. Request for approval to renew with Midwest Employers Casualty Company. Item number 1365, request for approval of First Amendment of Hosting Services Agreement with Pension Technology Group. Item number 1381, request for approval of contract with Multi Insurance and Benefits Agent Program of Record. Item number 1400, request for approval of changes to the pension resolution regarding the implementation of the Rule of 80 for ISK. Item number 1423, request to approve and sign the 2025 through 2027 collective bargaining agreement with UAW Juvenile Probation Unit. Under the Sheriff's Office, item number 1360, request for approval of the signature on agreement between Integrated Services of Kalamazoo and Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Item number 1375, request for approval of position, elimination and creation. Item number 1427, request for approval of an ARPA agreement addendum for the Kalamazoo County Convention and Visitors Bureau. No, that was long. Oh, yeah, I moved to,
It's a motion and support. Roll call vote.
Vice Chair President Hart,
Yes.
Commissioner Mason. Yes. Commissioner Morris,
yes.
Chair Ray. Ms. Betts,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
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 Commissioner Wheeler, were you able to make the motion on the MSU extension?
Yeah, so, request for approval and signature of a 2025 memorandum. I'll make that motion to approve it.
All right, there's a motion and support. Commissioner Wheeler.
So as Vice Chair said, we got some communications from a citizen who was concerned about the MOU, MOA with MSU extension. Kind of the spirit of what he was saying is that the control is going to be taken away from the Fair Council. We heard from a citizen today about some concerns with the Fair Council, so I was just wondering if maybe there could be some like administration or a heart structure about kind of what, or from MSU extension as well, kind of what this may be about and how we can maybe ease some minds. Here we might as well just pull it and talk about it and make sure that we're all on the same page.
I don't see our first directors.
Okay, I don't hate to put him on, I hate to put Dave behind that sign. I hate to put Dave on the spot, but Dave, is it comfortable talking about this now, or do you not have enough information?
Yeah, it's, oh, I thought they were, okay, Julie.
Go right ahead if you'd like to talk about it.
I think I can talk about the agreement. I know there's bigger debate around Fair Council's role with Fair and MSU extension. So just specifically to the agreement to the general fund budget, this is. So the MOA is contractual services within the general fund. What has been agreed upon with administration and the Parks Department is that MSU extension will take over the 4-H component or continue to do the 4-H component of the fair. So we're in preparation to plan that activity. The county has allocated $15,000 of additional funding to our general fund. So that's not particularly in that MOA. LOA, however, it's outlined as being established in the LOA, the funds aren't there, if you look at our general fund allocation, it's there, it's just kind of that's inside politics, right? Of how we're managing those funds. But we're prepared, with our 4-H program coordinators to manage an outstanding youth development event in August. We presented that information with Dave, the Parks Director, Reckwitz, and Lindy Smith on last week to some of the Fair Council members, and define what our role will be. So, that's what I can speak to. We're looking forward to doing a week-long showcase activity that our youth will enjoy and hopefully will help 4-H and will increase our participation and do the best we can with that event. We're excited about it, and we're excited to get volunteers involved in that. The Fair Council piece, I don't feel really that comfortable to speak to it. However, I will entertain questions and then I can be help with that too. Oh, he's here. Good. Yeah, my team is behind me. So any other questions that might be?
Mr. Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know, I don't have a question for you, but I have a clarification question. To my understanding, when we last met about parks in the 100K that we talked about, we had some other funding and we had an additional 100K. So my understanding, we didn't need a position, correct? And I might be talking to Dave. I mean, Director Reckwitz on this. Because we had somebody earlier in public comment address what I'm talking about now, right? About the, yes, okay. We had somebody come in our first session, public comment about how this money would be allocated. I thought that the 100K, we didn't need it for that position for the county.
That's correct. And in the budget process, there was also the 15,000 to enable MSU to take on more of the leadership role in planning their portion of the event. So just a quick clarification. So Donnie Cochran is a member of the Fair Council. The Fair Council is an advisory board. They had a meeting last week. They didn't have a quorum at the meeting, so it was a little awkward. We had sort of a conversation without any motions or an official meeting. We only had 4 members present. We shared with them sort of the direction we're moving in. Our goal for 2025 is really focus on the strategic planning and future piece. So we received $100,000. We laid out a time frame. We shared that with that group. We shared that we want them to be involved in that process. So we're really focused on the future. MSU, the fair, we're still going to do everything that we do to support the event, set up the barns, set up the grounds, make sure everything looks perfect. The focus of our fair over the last 4 or 5 years has been the 4-H piece. So that will be the focus of this year's fair, maybe a little bit more so. We're going to put our effort into what is the long-term vision and future for the Kalamazoo County Fair. We've heard from commissioners, you want to see a bigger community event. So we're sort of doubling down and trying to invest our time into that effort to figure out, to hire a strategic planner, have a really good process, come back to this body and to the Fair Council with really good feedback and input. So, it's hard. The Fair Council, I think they want to just go full in and plan, grandstand events. We don't have the budget for it. We don't have a plan in place. I mean, there's a lot of risk involved with that. And we want to do what's right for Kalamazoo. And ultimately, we want to do what the County Board of Commissioners want us to do. And that's sort of the track that we're on. So the plan for this year was the presented in the budget. Kevin, I think, articulated that the 4-H folks are going to take more of the leadership in planning their event. There's always been a struggle about what day the auction is on and what time the beef show is. And they can decide what's best for their organization. So I think there's a lot of positives that could come out of this from the 4-H world. But ultimately, the county's effort is going to be put on sort of that bigger vision and what the future will look like. We shared this with the Parks Commission. I think there's this general agreement at the Parks Commission. Within our organization, it sort of goes Fair Council, Park Commission, Administration, County Board of Commissioners. We didn't pass any motions or just sort of outline this is the plan as we move forward. So we didn't come here and ask you to eliminate the Fair Council. We still have a full slate of meetings scheduled for 2024, or 2025, we're gonna meet in January. They may decide, hey, we don't need to meet in February, you know, as they look at our schedule of, you know, with going through the bidding process and those types of things, the sort of mechanics of getting this planning process started. It does take time. We can't just hire someone to have this done in 30 or 60 days. We're gonna write an RFP, we're gonna advertise, we're gonna interview people, we're gonna make a selection, bring the contract back to the board of commissioners. So we're gonna go through all those hoops and do all the right things and hopefully come back with a really solid, I think vision is maybe better than even the word plan. But to say like, what does our community want and how do we provide that?
Mr. Wheeler, then,
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Reckwitz. It's exactly what I was looking for, is just that explanation, not only for the citizens, but for us as a board. So I just, I wasn't looking for anything but an explanation, so that was perfect, so thank you. And I hope that clarifies things for folks and that they can understand there's a bigger vision at play.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, understand that our Parks Department puts all of their personnel pretty much going forward with the fair, whether it's the 4-H show or we have a full-blown county fair, which is what I've heard from most of the folks, and I'm hearing from the public. They want to see a county fair, and it will hopefully enhance our 4-H program. And we see that, you know, all the things that 4-H does. And there's nothing that I've heard in an effort to eliminate the fair board. That we need the fair board, we need their participation totally in planning this and working to create this. Next year, that ship is already sailed. If we want to have a real fair, a quality fair, we need to be doing that by June of this next year for 26. I've said that all the way along. The Fair Council has worked diligently to try to enhance, get more participation. The Parks Department is working diligently to enhance the area that they have that part of the fair at. Takes a lot of work, but it also going to take a lot of work to put this together and come up with a strong plan to make this thing a long thing. And it's going to probably take some money from this county to enhance the fair facilities to accommodate this. So we need to be prepared to support the fair board and provide $100,000 this year to do the study. I'm hoping that that's going to move expeditiously and get out there, and we can all work together to put together a quality plan so we can have a quality fair. Mr. Strauss.
Commissioner gets so patriotic. Thank you, Chair. So just a follow-up question. I don't know if this is for Director Rakowitz. As we have a fair this time that is more so focused on 4-H, as you stated, will the Fair Council have input on the work with MSU for this cycle of the fair? And what will that look like?
I think when we look at governance models, that's one of the challenges with we currently function. The chair of the Fair Council is a 4-H club leader. Vice chair is the president of the 4-H Leaders Council. We have the majority of the members on our council represent 4-H. So will they all have feedback and input in roles that they currently serve? Yes. Will the Fair Council be making decisions that impact those 4-H programs? The answer is no.
Help me understand why. Can't the clubs have input and the Fair Council have a role in that? I don't understand why maybe both can be at play.
clubs will have them. Clubs and the 4-H members, the leaders, the leadership and the 4-H councils will all have input. The fair council as a body.
Yeah.
We just. We're gonna go. Totally 4-H, so the leadership will really rise with our 4-H program coordinator so that she can really show her vision for the 4-H component, because this is no different, Commissioner Strauss, it's really how the 4-H portion has been organized for the many years. We, the 4-H and Amnesty Extension, manage the 4-H component. We're a part, we're an event at the fair. So with nothing else happening, our event will continue and we're gonna manage it the way our leaders and volunteers would like it to be led in our youth. Does that make sense?
But let me give a clarification, Commissioner. The 4-H leaders count, the Livestock Association, which is the 4-H superintendents that run the livestock program, they will set the schedule for their event. So that, they have a leadership body that meets, they will determine what the schedule is going to be. The leader of that group is coming to the Fair Council and saying, this is what we want the schedule to be. So either the Fair Council is either going to accept that or not accept it, but I mean, that's what I'm saying, there's so much duplication right now in layers of people that it really unfortunately sets the stage for, the county shouldn't be deciding what day the auction is on. It's a good example. They want the auction this year on a different day, the Leaders Council. So that member is a member of the Fair Council. So there's just a lot of crossover and sort of whose duty is it is, and in a way, this from the 4-H world really simplifies that for them, where that volunteer leadership will get to decide.
Sure. So I guess I'm still just my apologies for. So if the 4-H leadership will drive the direction and they're represented on the Fair Council, then I mean, isn't there an alignment between what both need? So why does one body just not need to be involved if they wouldn't be in conflict with what the 4-H leaders are saying? So I think what I'm hearing the point of the conflict is that we're doing only 4-H programming, no entertainment, no games, no food, no nothing, even though the board here committed additional resources to the fair. And so if I'm not understanding that, please clarify for me. But isn't there a happy medium between the two? We need a longer term vision to build a robust fair, but can there be nothing partnered with the 4-H programming that provides some fun besides showing their livestock for the families and the children and visitors?
We didn't say there wasn't going to be fun.
Yeah.
We didn't say that there wasn't going to be food and there weren't going to be games and activities.
Yeah.
What we're saying is that the 4-H component, they will take the leadership in planning those activities.
And that's with the additional funding we're going to use that funding for marketing, for food, for ribbons. You know, currently the Parks Department handles all that management. Now we're going to take that on. And it's
But the
really,
Fair Council will have input.
the council as a governance body will not. The members that are 4-H members on 4-H council, I'm sorry, the Fair Council will, because they're part of our group, they're part of our 4-H community. So we're convening all of the LSA, the livestock group, the dog group, the leaders council, the rabbits group, all the councils are all coming together in a big meeting in January to really kind of, for Veronica to share her vision with what she would like to see in the event, things that we plan to date, things that the groups have already decided upon, for example, the auction date, etc. And then we're going to put committees into action of the things that we need that the Parks Department needs to do.
All right, thank you for those clarifications. I'll just articulate and then I'll move away from the dialogue. The Fair Council is appointed by this board, and I'd like to see their input still considered in the work that's going ahead. They're advisory. You can choose to not take whatever advice that we provide, but I think rather than alienating a group of volunteers that want to be involved, that they should. Thank you.
Mr. Gessler and Mr. Rouse. Thank you, Vice Chair. The most important question, serving next to us there is, will there be elephant years?
And that is an important question. And it's being considered covered and provided.
Considered, it's a must.
Commissioner Morales.
I mean, I've had other years now across the parks, I'm sure it's not. You know, to Commissioner Strip's point, MSG, that is the vice president has been for,
Oh,
That's it.
Andrea, I'm sorry, they gave me the wrong name, I have. It's Andrea, it's the vice chair, correct? Which has been serving for some time, correct?
On the board as a leaders council representative, something that's elected vice chair.
Oh, so I always stress for people that the point that maybe you don't want to use their input, that's fine, as long as people input a lot when we make decisions. But I think, you know, to keep this cohesive, that especially with folks that we appoint, that they need to be at the table. I don't want to start making this friction. I'm gonna respect, you know, where you and our director want to go, but I am asking for some inclusivity for something that we have in place. Now, what you decide to do is on you, I'm not gonna mess with your money. You know, I apologize to Rackowitz in that last meeting that we had for jumping the gun on saying, yeah, I want to give 100K there. He's like, first of all, you don't know what you're talking about, we don't need that. So I came back in my money and I want you all to figure it out. But I am asking from, hey, I have been wrong. From a DEI point, that inclusivity, not DEI, but an inclusivity point that you include this. I see your face, it was solid, like I don't want to do this.
I'm committed to doing that.
Thank you.
So I will handle that with our advisory committee, but all right, I want to make sure you understand that, because Andrea is also the president of the 4-H.
I know, so that's my thing. So what I'm hearing is like 4-H is already there, and then 4-H is a part of this committee,
So
so.
I'm happy, we're gonna meet, we can have these conversations at those meetings, they can give feedback, they can give updates,
I get it, you wanna sit down, I got you.
I'm hearing you, I'm more than willing to accept what you're asking us to do.
Thank you.
Well, Dave, I just want to say thank you for, 7, 8 years ago, the Fair Council was kind of going under, and, Dave stepped up and saved 4-H. He didn't save the fair, he saved 4-H. We as a community, as a body, have said, we want to build up a fair, we want to do that. Dave said it's gonna take 2 to 3 years to do it, we've got to have our vision, we've got to have our plan, because the first year might be a little bit rocky. But I kind of agree with Commissioner Stratton, I'm glad we got that commitment, still have that, stop creating a vision. I just want to say thank you, Dave, for what you've done for the last 4 or 5 years. Right. Yeah, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries, and that takes us back to the schedule here. Unfinished business and general orders. We have a request for approval of appointments to the road commission of Kalamazoo County. Can we print something off, or we just make a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Amy Davis.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support, discussion.
So, this is just for the body, I know that there are 3 candidates. I'm not sure if you know. There are 2.
There's 3 candidates.
There are 2 seats. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. It's always good to get the okay from the lawyer. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, all those, well, let's take a roll call vote on this.
Yes.
Chair Ray. Commissioner Hudson.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Blue?
No.
Commissioner Eastland?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepburn?
No.
Commissioner Mason? Yes. 6 yes.
Motion passes. Now we have new business non-consent, and this is a big deal, and I think huge, kudos to go to Kevin and his team for this, but who wants to make this motion? Commissioner Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. So I request for acceptance of the US EPA notice of award and change grant in the amount of $18,098,518. Now, further, the appropriate county officials be authorized to accept the EPA notice grant award. Change amount as stated for the period January 1st, 25 through 12/31/2027.
Support. Motion and support. Any discussion? Administrator.
Well, we appreciate it. This is a significant feat, as I explained in the email, as a result of the tremendous amount of work that went into this grant by our client sustainability coordinator, Taylor Van Winkle. So I would love if you would indulge us and have Taylor come up and explain a little bit more about the grant so the community can understand the tremendous impact that this will make. Thank you.
So the funding is quite a bit of funding. It's from the EPA, it's from the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. It is dedicated to projects that further and address environmental justice and climate justice in qualified areas across the US. Across the US, there was over 500 applications from municipalities and organizations. So we're one of the 120 that got them. This particular grant that we applied for, so the grant is unique in that it requires a partnership between the county and the nonprofit organization. And as you guys already know, my position is already in partnership, right? You guys already have that established because it's with the Kalamazoo Crisis Coalition, which is help secure my position. And so kind of building off of that, we look at that partnership and pursued funding for, there was quite a bit of complex requirements for what the EPA needed to have in the grant. And I can get into what those are if you but it needed to be comprehensive, it needed to address a specific need, and it needed to be, like I said, qualified areas. It needed to have climate resiliency addressed, as well as other topics like production. So this particular grant is dedicated to working with local nonprofits in the area. Those sub-recipients, sub-award contracts are TBD right now because they need coordinated approval. So they're not being announced until that. But the grant funding is working with those organizations to do home repairs, to develop workforce training programming for green industry, and then also to work with local neighbor associations and upgrade their facilities so that they can function in a power outage. So insulation and new lighting, HVAC, battery storage for solar installation, generators, those kind of things, to make sure that they function as a team within the center. That's high level overview of it. Question?
I can't agree more. Great job. I do got community homework in the back there. Yeah. But there's a lot of good organizations, and this is a big deal. I saw this on the email. I got nothing. Thank you for all the hard work that you did. Our community will be much better served.
And it's not possible without the very strong organizations that we already have in the area doing that work. All of the grant work is dedicated to expanding existing systems, existing
safe programming. So all I did was get money, and what they're doing, that hard work is essential. And it's just a drop in the bucket, really talking about such a big, big issue. Energy efficiency programming and aging housing stock is a crisis that we're facing. All of us work at. It's definitely just a piece of the puzzle.
Commissioner DeLu and then Commissioner Allison.
Yeah, no, congratulations, I can't imagine working for you. That's why I was wondering what set us apart from the other hundreds.
Yeah, excellent question. So, exactly what I said previously was that we have many organizations that are very strong, doing a lot of this work already. So what I set out to do was make the easiest thing, right, which was just go out and give money to organizations that are already doing the work, right, expanding their capacity, strengthening and growing the organizations so that at the end of the grant, they're stronger and more able to do that work, right? And so, so we did assessments, we spoke to organizations, and we talked about what they needed, and we did it in that way. So it's also really good. So it's holistic. So it's a target area. So we're delivering critical home repairs, but we're also developing workforce training that could lead and expand the workforce that's going into doing the critical home. Okay, so that's cyclical and kind of fits together and makes sure those gaps are covered. And then in addition, we're working with local neighbor associations for enrollment and recruitment and making sure that those places have resiliency in the area as well. So they can also serve as models because they're being so they can serve as models for the community where a lot of the members might not have know what solar panels look like, where what's possible for them to do. So they're going to serve as models as functional places for functioning off grid and so what set us apart, or what I was told, is that it was the comprehensive off grid, the fact that we have such I'm just saying congratulations, and you are very humble on this get like it's mailing all this. That's a nice, I can even call it a point. It's a nice goal, so thank you. Shout out to Community Homeworks, and I'm getting to them. KNHS for all of the work that you do in this community from when I got on this board in 2021 and transitioned off of community home just to see where we are just 3 little years later with $18 million. That we are able to serve this entire county is remarkable, as our vice chair said, and I think we always agree on this, we are going to be stable for what the entire universe looks at, what we do in Kalamazoo County when we take care of our people, from transitional housing to making sure we understand solar panels to everything that comes with us as a state. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you all for sitting through this long meeting and for all that you do. Thank you.
Mr. Stratton.
Thank you, Chair. So I can't help but, chime in, obviously, this is really important work, the resiliency within the space, and it speaks to just the community that we have, the infrastructure that we have, the ideas and passion on the ground, and what we've been building here locally. I want to also lift up the other partner in this endeavor, the Kalamazoo Climate Crisis Coalition, and for them coming to county government initially with the Kalamazoo Nature Center to help bring a sustainability coordinator into government, and what that then pays dividends. So Taylor, we're just very proud of this work, and more than that, all of the families in the neighborhoods that will be impacted day to day going forward by the work that happens will improve their lives. Now, if it's something in your career, you're always proud of what we've accomplished here. We got more to do. Good job.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Wheeler, will you take us to items on 5Y or
Commission,
Yeah.
we gotta vote. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Strauss,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeWitt,
Yes. Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Pepper,
Well, certainly.
Commissioner Mason. Yes. Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray. Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler, now we need, the bylaw.
Request for approval to authorize the county administrator to execute Michigan municipal documents for county.
There is a motion and support. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner Mason.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Pepper,
Yes.
Commissioner Mason.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray. Commissioner Strauss,
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
This then moves us into public comment. This is an opportunity for residents to address the board. Please tell us where you're from, and this is an opportunity to provide dialogue in a respectful manner.
Andrew Coven, Galesburg. Yes, I am the vice chair of the Kalamazoo County Fair Council. I'm also the president of the Leaders Council. I'm a volunteer with the 4-H program. And I try to, as much as possible, be objective. Dave would probably disagree with me. I felt last Wednesday in the discussions that took place, we were basically told as Fair Council members, this is the way it's going to be. We were told we were not going to have input to the 2025 fair. It was being ran by MSU and the extension. And that in essence, we were, not even really needed as a board. So I just want to clarify that. The reason why you're getting these notifications and people are upset about this is because the way in which this was handled. Parks has been talking with MSU, not involving Fair Council during these discussions. The last 3 years, since 2022, we were basically told when the fair auction would be, even though the 4-H'ers had consistently asked to have it moved back to Thursday, we were told it had to be Friday. So I'm just a little concerned about what information is getting distributed. I also know that we have a set of bylaws, and even though we might be a fair advisory committee, we still need to abide and run our meetings and run the council by our bylaws. So it would be good if people could take a look at those and refresh their memory on what those bylaws are, because there's a lot of things in there that says we do have things that we need to do as a council. So I'm just putting that out there. I am concerned. I very much support 4-H. I've been involved with 4-H since 1999. And I would like to see the fair grow. We were under the impression that the 2025 fair would be the Kalamazoo County Youth Fair and Festival. We were told there is no festival. All we're doing is 4-H activities. The stages, the educational things that were brought from outside are not going to happen for 2025 because it's only 4-H period. So I know that we may have done some things as subcommittees on that council because we weren't educated and maybe we should have asked more questions about looking at things that we could possibly do for 2025 here to enhance and bring more of the public in to support the wonderful 4-H projects. So I want to work with everyone, but honestly, those of us that were even in 4-H felt that we were blindsided last Wednesday. It's unfortunate the council meeting didn't happen, but basically there was a 6 o'clock meeting that we thought a couple of us were as new officers were getting training. And the first thing was said, this is how the next meeting is going to go, or something to that effect, meeting was 6:30 meeting. So I was only a part of the discussion for half an hour on Teams, and then I was cut off. And then the meeting was canceled, and I heard secondhand from those that were in attendance, and now I had a chance to talk to Dave, which I did some earlier, and Julie. But there's a lot of things going on here behind the scenes, and I want us to be successful as a county. I want people to come to our fair and not tell me that, hey, I like to support the 4-H, but we want to go to other fairs because we get the fair experience. And I've gotten unsolicited at several events that I personally have done to promote 4-H. So just, want to work with everyone. We want fair to be successful. We're a large county in the state of Michigan. We have wonderful 4-Hers. That program, we want to see it continue to grow. We want the public to come in and see what we're all about. And I'm hoping that we'll have more of the public, but I'm concerned if it's just 4-H, and there's not some additional draws, that the public isn't going to come to the 2025. So thank you.
Are there any other residents wishing to address the board?
Good evening. It's Jason Muniz. I'm from Oshawa Township. I'm a partner and developer with Hollander Development Corporation and Edison Community Partners. I really need to speak today. I was just here. We were on your consent agenda for Zion Police 4. But I wanted to thank everybody, and in particular the housing staff. And I just wanted to call special attention to how vital the county support, in particular village funds, have been to the development of this project. We're going to break ground here this coming March on what will be a $27 million master development partnered with Mount Zion Baptist Church in the north side to create 70 units of affordable housing targeting seniors who live in the neighborhood. And, without touting the project too much, I can guarantee everybody it will be the greenest construction that has been built in this county, and we currently have the greenest construction, which is the creamery. So it's a project we're really proud of. We are leveraging about $1.8 million in total county funds into this $27 million development. And sometimes when we leverage those kinds of funds, it's just it's a nice thing to have. We kind of need it. In this case, those funds were vital to us securing $18 million in loan costs and tax credits. Without that $1.8 million, we never would have been able to get those tax credits. So, what has happened here at the county level has really been instrumental to that $27 million development. And, I know in a few years it'll come up for talking about how the village funds have impacted. Of course, we're planning to come back and try to do more projects, but I just really wanted to call out just how important those funds are, how great the staff has been to work with, and just how appreciative we really are of everything for affordable housing in this community. We work all over the state, happen to live in Kalamazoo. I'm very grateful to work here, but we do work all over the state, and what you guys are doing here is really special. So thank you.
Good evening, y'all. I'm here tonight in capacity as Executive Director of Community Homeworks, namely to thank you all for your continued support, namely the Senior Village and the Housing for All Village. I especially want to thank Mary, Alkema, and Willa from the housing team. They've been tremendously supportive. Really have done a great job of connecting the dots, seeing the connectivity of single family rehab to this housing crisis that we have in our community. I wanted to share a few stats because it's important to me that you know that when you award these dollars, that we're good stewards of that work. So for our senior village, for the first time ever, we're a recipient of senior village dollars from AAA. We had a goal of working on 18 homes. We did work on 25. We completed that work 8 months ahead of schedule. About 40% of all the homes we serve are now senior households. So there's significant demand in that work. For the Housing for All Village, with work of Mary and her team, we had a goal of 27 homes. We served 47 homes during that period. It enabled us to combine funding sources with other sources so we could do more work. The grant expires at the end of this year on December 31st. We exhausted the funds 3 months ago. So we are doing our best to continue to do that work serve our community. There's a tremendous amount of demand. We recently formed what's called the Safe Start Repair Fund, which is completely fundraised in-house. It's a fund to help households that have small children or extended parents. Just to get it in perspective, the last 2 months we've spent almost $80,000 on households just on no-heat situations. So there's a tremendous amount of demand in our community for this work, and continues to grow. So thank you so much. I also wanted to just make sure to point out as well, really appreciated notating great work like KNHS is doing as well in this work. They have been a tremendous partner. They are working their tails off. They are so integral to this work and making sure that there's consistent resources to do the work that they're doing. No one or two organizations can do this work alone. The housing crisis with single family rehab is going to continue to grow as time progresses in our community. So we need these partners like that as well. So thank you.
Hello, that's from KNHS. That's a tough act to follow. I echo everything that Chris said. KNHS is very grateful for the funding you gave for our rehab and for the senior village. Every day we see people come to our office and get calls about their critical home repair. They need their roof, they need their windows. And we're so grateful that you all have supported us consistently, and particularly very grateful for Mary and her team and all they do to always support us and ask what do we need, what can we do for us. So we appreciate that. And Chris is right. No agency can do this alone. We partner up with Community Homeworks all the time, and if he can't do it, I do it. If I can't do it, he does it. And I think that Kalamazoo has a unique community, and I think that the housing village has even fostered the fact that we all work together, and a lot of that has to do with Mary and being innovative and creative and coming up with ideas of how to make something happen. So we are not, KNHS is part of NeighborWorks America, and the one thing I said to share at our annual conferences, Kalamazoo is unique in that we don't compete, we collaborate, and I truly believe that. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything raised online? All right. Now we have reports of officers, bodies, administrators, controllers. It's been a fun year, guys. It's been we look back at the last 2 years. It's the end of our 2-year term. 2 years ago, almost today, or I guess it was January, 2 years, we talked about where we wanted to put position. Not just us as a board, the county, but not just the county, but us as a board. And we developed trust in one another. And I wanted to say thank you for the 2 weeks throughout. And I know that wasn't something that you wanted to do, but I really, really appreciate it. And if I'm not successful, I'm on your side. I'll wave a flag with you. But I think there's a lot of things that we've been able to do that, whether it be building a downtown event center that's going to create millions of dollars in tourism, whether it's the vision that we've got, the housing, the Mary, what she's been able to do in the last 2-3 years. We're continuing to make strides as a county government. And Commissioner Rouse, you are right. We are going to be the center, at least the center of Michigan. When county government looks for efficiencies, look for ways that best run their government. I think it's right here around this pass. So I look forward to serving for 4 more years with you guys. Mr. Kevin. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Very Vice Chair, I see where I stand. A couple things. Thank you very much. I concur with what you're saying. We have made a lot of strides. We've got a lot of things that are on our plate that we're dealing with. We need to get those things taken care of. But I think you're correct. And made a lot of strides. A lot different than you and I got out here some odd years ago.
Really have you started?
So it's been a few days. But we work to make Kalamazoo County an efficient, effective county government, and I think we're making those strides. I remember what we talked about. how, we had places all over the county, we consolidated mayors, so it's leaner, meter, and, able to, get things going. You know, it's closed down a lot of our parks. So we hired Mr. Rakowitz to, help us get that in play. We do have some work to do on our fair. Hope to work diligently to make us a good county fair, in the future. It's going to take a lot of work from, our staff. County board, we're going to have to look at how we can improve the fairgrounds to accommodate the quality fair and have the kind of things that we see all the way around us. One of the reasons I guess to try to make it better because I see it being good the way it was. But we also have our county health, our EAC committee working to track down many things that they're looking at with our health issues. Recently had a meeting and discussed a number of upcoming things. We had to deal with PFAS, number of other major issues, looking at migration in our landfill, but we're gonna have to expand that. Those are upcoming things. There. We've got a lot in front of us, so we have a lot of work to do. So we need to roll up our sleeves and get busy on it. We've got parking structure we've got to get built to accommodate the folks that are using just this facility and this facility, and other folks that are coming downtown. This is the holiday season, and I'm doom and gloom because this is the time we need to be joyous and think of others. A lot out there, hoping that we keep those folks that are less fortunate in their lives and mindful of their needs and trying to see what we can do to help them, as well as think of our families and friends and take care of their needs and blessings. And so please keep in mind all the men and women that are abroad and here that serve us and protect us, replace the fire. All of our county employees work early to work to keep the Kalamazoo County working and functioning. Tell them thanks when you see them. They've got monumental jobs as we have to take care of our sheriff's department, our jails, our juvenile homes, our health department. Many folks in our courts are all built up to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. Reach out to folks and wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And God bless you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, Commissioners. So, I know I said that quick, but not because of the $18 million, but what I really want to say though, quickly, is that, obviously, clearly, we, especially me in administration, we, receive clear direction from the board as far as leadership and goes. I think you would all agree that, to me, as I watch you all, this board, this body, right, is very ambitious, and I think, what I do is endeavor to lead away in a way that I was always taught to lead, that's through motivation and empowerment. I remember when Taylor Van Winkle came to my office and said, "Hey, we're going to apply for this grant, and now we probably won't get it, but it's worth a shot." And I remember saying to Taylor, I said, "Well, let me know when you get the grant." and just those small words, I think, it certainly empowers our coworkers here to think big, to put all they have into a certain project to ensure that it gets done in alignment with board priorities. And I see, you all realize that we've witnessed that through the incredible leadership of Taylor Van Winkle under, the guys of Director Grover and the planning department. This is a huge a huge accomplishment in collaboration with our community partners. We're so proud of the work that Taylor has done. And obviously, we continue to ensure that we're in alignment with board priorities as we continue to address the challenges ahead of us. So I just wanted to say that on the record because it's a huge accomplishment. $18.8 million is nothing short of phenomenal. So wanted to just say that. Now on to my other topic. So HR director search, wanted to update you on that. So under the leadership of Deputy Administrator Cole, we have assembled a interview team, and so our interview team rather, and so we have the pool with the partnership that we have with ASL Talent, our recruiter, narrowed down to about 5 candidates that will get to interview, and hopefully definitely within the first quarter of the year, we'll have someone appointed and we'll introduce them to the board. But a pretty good team assembled to interview right now. We don't know what that entire process looks like, but we have at least a first round interview set up. It may include second round interviews. So as part of the process, but that's all to be, kind of be out later through the process. So as that process unfolds, wanted to update you on the punch list that we have for both the Charles A. Pratt Justice Center and as well as the Gold Road Justice Complex. So those, obviously, the punch list for the Justice Center is necessary as that project is now a year since we've been in the building. So they're finishing up on some items as well as the items related to the air handler unit and that complication. So they're finishing up that work. As you recall, the legislature awarded us a new judgeship, and Representative Morris is here tonight, but she was elected as the judges as for that new judgeship seat. So Judge Morris will occupy that seat. She will actually be tailored to the criminal docket, and so that criminal docket is actually in the Justice Center. So we still need a space, a new courtroom, temporary courtroom for a judge. That's obviously we're adding a seat there, and so that space was planned to be within the Gold Road Justice Complex. So some space was renovated. That project is coming to a close. There's some loose ends to tie up there. Our director of buildings and grounds is just proving to just be exceptional in his, I would say, just kind of all the tedious things that there's a lot of things with projects, and he is extremely organized on top of all the other work that he does. So he's taken working with our contractor and our architect to button up that project to ensure that the Honorable Judge Jaguar is able to occupy that courtroom January 1st and keep the docket moving, because that's the purpose of the new judgeship as well. So wanted to update you on that. A quick 2 additional updates, actually just one, and this is an important one. So there were some discussions about weather sheltering and extreme weather, and just even having winter weather and extreme weather centers, warming centers, and warming centers that were in summer months. So some work was done with regard to winter weather. Last night I met with Chair Ray, Commissioner Morales, as well as Continuum Care, United Way, the Douglas, and there's another organization I can't remember. They are called the Kalamazoo Together for the Young House. Yes. And so we met with all of those stakeholders, connected them to some resources through the Continuum of Care. They have many grants available for various nonprofits in the space that if they endeavor to open up a warming center, indoor warming shelter too, there's access to some funding, some grant money available around $15,000. So the Continuum of Care is able to work with nonprofits in that space that are able to deliver on that. And our ultimate goal is to develop a repository of a plethora of warming centers, indoor shelters as we experience extreme weather conditions in the years to come. So we're starting that groundwork now, and we're working with, going to continue meeting with other partners, especially like the City of Kalamazoo and other nonprofits, to establish warming shelters, because that's what's even more important, that folks have a place to stay overnight and not just a couple hours during the day. things like that. So we're working on that with emergency management as well as our partners in that space to ensure that we have space available for folks that they might lose power, they might already be unhoused, anyone that could that could utilize that space in times of need. So wanted to update you on that and more information to follow as the events unfold on that. And otherwise, I hope you all enjoy the holidays and Happy New Year. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions about it.
Great work. Commissioner DeLue, I think we're going to start with you and go on now. Can you beat that? Commissioner doesn't always get someone. That just means you got a lot of time, then you turn over to me. I'll be brief, but I do have a few items. One was last Saturday, the Farm Bureau conducted its first, what is going to be hopefully an annual thing, the Doe Derby. And 53 deer were harvested, and they averaged just under 100 pounds. So 5,100 pounds and change of venison was sent to loaves and fishes. And they haven't determined yet, excuse me, what the raffle payoff for loaves and fishes was. They had a nice raffle, had money that was not raffle. So that'll go to loaves and fishes also. With the road commission last Tuesday, Wendy and I had a chance to hold a very informal meeting. Kevin was there, and it went extremely well. It was a good starting point for establishing a real ongoing dialogue, and they agreed and we agreed and everybody agreed. And we'll probably try to do that quarterly. I think that was the take. But if it turns out we need to do it more often, fine, but we're going to start doing it quarterly and keeping it congenial. But with Travis Bartholomew, the new managing director, on board, we'll get some nitty gritty stuff as well. Today, the road commission elected new officers for next year, and Dave Wowski will be the chair, and Larry Stahauer will be the vice chair. Take office until January. Their election early Monday. I'm not 100 myself. That's pretty neat. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And if you're not doing anything this weekend, Cinderella, we are having our closing weekend. We have a show Friday night, and then matinee on Saturday and Sunday. And then it closes, so get that. Thank you. At the center, yeah.
I know the clerk will be there on the Sunday night. Sunday. Commissioner Stratton.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and community. We've come to the end of the year. I just, want to say thank you to everyone. I'm so grateful to serve here. Every session that we're in, I just walk away feeling so hopeful about the future. And sometimes, I can tend to lose my feelings of hope sometimes. And when I look around our community, I am always recharged by the positive things. And so, thank you to that. Thank you for the community for supporting this board with your votes. Yes, a wonderful time and a break during the season. However you celebrate, wish everybody Merry Christmas, and that get to be with the people that you love the most, that you can recharge and rest as we continue the work ahead. There's so much to do, but so much reason.
Once again, it's very practical, but I would just say, ditto. I could not agree more. Very thankful for this board and for our community members. It's past 2 years have been an incredible learning experience. I came from a local village council that was where I was first elected. So now to be able to move up to county government, we will see that being made
you're still up, it's time for bed. We are adjourned.